welcome to the End Overdose event here at Pikes Peak Metropolitan Community Church. Thanks so much for Embark Peer Coach Academy, Rico, and all the groups that are here to make this such a big day. My name is Pastor Alicia Erickson. I'm the pastor here at Pikes Peak Metropolitan Community Church here in Colorado Springs. And I'm so grateful and humbled to be asked to be part of this here today. Pikes Peak Metropolitan Community Church has been here in the Springs since 1979. Our church started as a refuge for the LGBTQ community way back then, and we've continued to be that. And our ministry has expanded to include all kinds of people who are on the margins, who feel vulnerable, who are left out of most spiritual communities, including people who are dealing with addiction, people who are in recovery, their loved ones, and their family. And so when Rod Rushing of Peer Coach Academy approached us last year and asked if he could start working with our church and use some space in our building, I was so excited and thrilled to be able to be part of a healing community and to be able to be part of outreach to our community, to parts of our community, to people in our community who are often ignored, left out, shamed, blamed. There's all kinds of things that happen to people who are dealing with addiction and recovery. So this morning, as we begin this day to remember those we have lost to overdose, to advocate and work towards preventing more overdose deaths in our communities, I just want to pause for a moment, and let's pause for a moment of silence as we remember those we've lost to overdose. So let us pause for a minute. Those that we have lost, those who have died due to overdose, they're still there in our hearts, they're still there in our spirits, they live on in our memories, even if they are not able to be with us in person anymore, and we have lost their singular spirits. So today we pause and lift up the memories of those we've lost to overdose, even as we work to prevent future overdoses and work to end the shame, the stigma, and the marginalization of those dealing with addiction. One of the things that I do as a pastor is I am part of the life journey loved ones to overdoses. And one of the things that I've noticed is that in the case of an overdose where someone has actually died from the overdose and not been able to be revived, there is always a before and an after. There's this moment, this dividing line that happens in people's lives. And so today we gather to work that there might be no more afters, that we can work as a community to support those struggling with addiction, to support those struggling with the brokenness, the hard challenges that come from battling an addiction and how difficult that can be. One of the things that I always say in my ministry, so much of what I think I am about as a pastor is to be there with people as they are fighting isolation and despair and loneliness. And my message to people is always that you are beloved. God beloves you. God beloves me. God beloves all of us. We are beloved. And as Martin Luther King Jr. said, we are working toward God's beloved community, a place where we do not have to fight these kinds of battles anymore, where people can get the support that they need when they are struggling, when we can have those resources available to support people in their journeys toward healing rather than locking them up or shaming them or kicking them out of communities, but instead offering them the support and the healing and the accountability that they need. And so this morning, my message to you is no matter where you are, if you've lost a loved one to overdose, if you're currently battling an addiction yourself, dealing with an addiction, if you're in recovery, if you're working to help those who are dealing with addiction, know that all of you are beloved and that we are here today to support you in your journey and that we are here with you every step of the way. And so I'm excited today to be able to host this here at Pikes Peak Metropolitan Community Church. There's these amazing things that are set up. There's breakfast burritos, there's coffee, there's a free book. I'm so excited. I'm a big reader, so Rod told me about this book and I'm excited to read this. Maureen Kavanaugh is going to be speaking virtually later. She wrote a book about dealing with her daughter's journey through opioid addiction. And so this morning, I just want to welcome you all to this day. If you are in the area, please come on over to our church. We're at 1102 South 21st Street. Everything is socially distanced. Everything is moved apart. We have our masks when we are near each other. And there's great resources here from so many different places in town. And if you're joining virtually, please be sure to check out the Whova app and join us in the community online so that you can ask questions of speakers and find the resources that you need. And I'm so proud now to be able to introduce Rod Rushing, who is the mastermind behind this whole event here in Colorado Springs and in our area, in the area of Southern Colorado and around the state. And I'm just so proud to call him a friend and so excited that we get to work with him here at Pikes Peak Metropolitan Community Church. So Rod, why don't you come on in and welcome everyone to this amazing day as we work to #end overdose. Thanks.
Thank you, Pastor Alicia. Thank you. And hello, Colorado Springs. This is actually our 5th Overdose Awareness Day event. Sadly, the numbers haven't gotten better every year. They've gone the other direction every year. But this is our first one in Colorado Springs, and I wanted to do a shout out to PJ Higgins and Community Health Partnerships for helping us put this on, and to Aspen Point, who's got one of our next speakers coming up. But first, I do just want to introduce Ashley Padilla, who wants to share a story and give a tribute to someone she loves. Ashley, come on up. You'll be great.
Holy cow. So I'm a little nervous because this is probably one of the biggest venues that I've ever spoke at. But I'm here today to advocate, inform, tell you guys some stories, 2 stories actually, very similar stories that ended 2 totally different ways. My name is Ashley and I'm a recovering addict. I am a sister, I'm a mother, I'm a daughter, I'm a friend, I'm an aunt, I'm a peer coach, and I am also a survivor of drug overdose. So I've been sober for a little over 5 years. In this 5 years, I can name off top of my head 16 people that have died from drug overdose in the 5 years that I've been clean. If I expand that circle just a little bit, and I include friends of a friend or friends of my family, that number jumps to over 26. That's 5 people a year, over 5 people a year, just since I've been clean. The numbers are staggering at drug overdose. In the last year, I've lost 4 people to drug overdose. 1 person that I just knew and 3 people that were close to me. So the first story I'm going to tell you is about my best friend, Eric, who I lost to drug overdose. On August 2nd, 2019, I was at a home run derby watching my husband play. For those of you that don't know what a home run derby is, it's where the best players in the league basically come out and see who can hit the most home runs. And I was sitting there and I received a message. It was from my best friend, Eric. It wasn't a question. It wasn't a hi, how are you? What are you doing? It was basically just a message to say, this reminded me of you. So I saw it. I was going to respond and I didn't. I got busy. I have a 2-year-old son. Things happen. Saturday and Sunday came around and I still didn't respond. We were busy at a tournament. So Monday morning, my phone rings and it was my friend Jacob. And he says, are you okay? And it woke me up. So my brain was still foggy. I was still trying to work out the details of what he was talking about. And I was like, yeah, I'm fine. I just woke up. You woke me up. What do you need? And in recovery, when we get the early morning phone calls or the late night phone calls, automatically our brain goes to what's wrong. So at first I thought there was a problem. Jacob had a problem. And so I was like, hey, what's wrong? Are you okay? Is everything good? And he said, you haven't heard. And I said, I haven't heard what? And he said, I don't want to be the one to tell you, were the words that he said. And I was confused. He asked me if I had talked to my friend Kimberly. So I looked at my phone and my friend Kimberly had sent a message and she told me, call me ASAP. So I told him I'm going to call Kimberly. I hung up with him. I called her and she said, honey, last night Eric died of drug overdose. She said, I found him overdosed. I dialed 911. By the time they got there, it was too late and we lost him. And I remember everything about that weekend. I remember the message that he sent me. I remember thinking about messaging him and then never getting around to it. Being in recovery, I've done enough therapy, seen enough psychologists, counselors to know that his death is not my fault. But do I think a lot, probably at least once a week, that I should have sent a message? Absolutely. One of the hardest parts of drug overdose is that these are preventable deaths. They can be prevented. And so it's really hard when we deal with a loss from drug overdose because of the fact that in our minds, this could have been prevented. I could have done more. I should have done more. Whether that's true or not, we never know. If I would have made the call, it may have made a difference. It may not have made a difference. But these are the things that we're left thinking after we lose somebody close to a drug overdose. Now, that's my best friend's story. My story is about 7 years ago. I was in the worst part of my addiction. And I was homeless and wasn't really talking to my family. I wasn't allowed around because, well, I was a liar, a thief, a drug addict. So I'm at, my friend's house, cruising couches, and I overdosed on heroin. I woke up sometime later, surrounded by paramedics, by police, and I was notified that it took 7 doses of Narcan to bring me back. And that if my friend hadn't known CPR and dialed 911 when she did, I wouldn't have made it. I spent 2 days in the hospital recovering from that. They asked, regular questions at the hospital, information, phone number, so that they could get a hold of me. And I gave them my mom's number because I didn't have a phone and I didn't have a place to live. So a few days later, they called to check up on me and they got my mom. So naturally, my mom freaked out. At the time, I didn't understand the urgency in her voice. She was so angry. Why didn't I call her? Why didn't I tell her? And the answer is simple. It's because of the stigma. It's because of the shame. We don't want to tell people that we almost died. We don't want to tell people that we relapsed. We don't know how people are going to take it. Are they going to judge us? Are they going to be upset? My best friend, Eric, I never judged him. Not for relapse, not for anything, ever. Sexual orientation, I loved him just the way he was. And I'm a recovering drug addict. But he still couldn't pick up the phone to call me because there's that shame. There's shame in saying, hey, I'm struggling. I need help. I've relapsed. This is something that this year I have dealt with more times than I would like to have. 4 people in my life have died this last year, and they were afraid to reach out to me. My friend Sarah died a few months ago. I talked to her the day before she died. We were talking about 401k and retirement. And never, not one time, did she say, hey, Ashley, I need you. And it's because of the stigma around overdose or around relapse or around drug addiction. I'm going to throw out some statistics. So in the decade, we've lost over 500,000 Americans to drug overdose. That number, comparatively speaking, is more Americans than we lost in World War I and World War II combined. It is more than AIDS at its peak. These numbers are staggering. They are staggering. Excuse me. Drug overdose has become the #1 killer in people under the age of 50. These things need to be talked about. We need to be talking about them. We need to end the stigma around drug addicts, drug overdose, people dying from drug overdose. We need to be able to talk about these things. We need to have parents be able to talk about losing their child to drug overdose. So, wearing purple. Today, I am wearing purple. I am a Rockies fan. Yay, go Rockies. But all of that aside, today I wear purple because it signifies the loss of someone cherished or someone demonstrating support to those undergoing grief. I support you. I understand. I also am dealing with losses from somebody very important to me. Wearing purple today sends a message that every life is valuable and that stigmatizing people that use drugs needs to stop. It needs to stop. Every life is valuable. Every life has the ripple effect. When they're gone, it affects family, it affects friends, and it is so hard. We need to be able to talk about these things. So my hope is that today you take away that there is hope. We do recover. There is a bright side of this. And if we start talking about it and we start normalize these conversations, that we can save lives. And that's very, very important. So please reach out, let people talk, hear what they have to say, tell your story. Our stories have power. Thanks for having me out here today, guys. Thank you.
So we're giving elbow hugs today or elbow bumps instead of handshakes or whatever. That was a really good job. Thanks, Ashley. And next we have Brian Edwards, who's a peer navigator from Aspen Point. He does a little bit more than that, I think, every day. But he's going to spend some time sharing some of his experience, strength and hope.
Hi, my name is Brian. I just wanted to come here today to support this event because overdose is a big part of my life. I was a heroin addict for over 25 years, and I was homeless in this town for 2.5 years in the last part of my addiction. I've come a long way in the 5 years that I have been sober, and now I have the chance to try to help people that were in my situation. So I'm going to tell you a little bit about my story. A lot of times opioid addiction starts through doctors over 80% of the time. And they give you opioids. They don't tell you, what the effects are going to be or that you might get addicted. And eventually things happen and you get cut off or they stop prescribing them to you and you end up going to look for opioids elsewhere, which leads to most of the heroin addiction that I've run into, and including myself. So, it's become out of control for that reason. And it also is super hard to deal with, especially when you lose someone that you love because you don't understand. And I myself have overdosed over 10 times, and I've been lucky enough to be saved by Narcan. So I can't even count the amount of people that I've lost to addiction because I was doing it for so long. I felt like there was no way out. And I just want to let people know that there is a way out. You don't have to die that way. You don't have to go out like that. But what I do now is I'm a peer navigator for Aspen Point under the SOAR grant. So I do distribute Narcan, and if anyone does need it, they can get a hold of me at Aspen Point. I did want to say my number really quick. It's 719-323-0206. If you need Narcan, I can get it to you because no matter where you're at, you might run into this. You could be going into the bathroom at a convenience store and someone could be overdosed in there. And this happens a lot, especially in this town. And there's a few things that, I believe that this town is lacking, and a couple of them are really important. One is harm reduction, and the second is inpatient treatment. These are things that can help us stem the flow of overdose. So if you have any, problems or anything, you can also call me at that number. This is a little hard for me because it's been such a huge part of my life, but the people that I help today are the things that get me through all of those hard times that I had before. So I just want to say that, you need to reach out if you do have an issue before it's too late. And that's pretty much all I have. Thank you.
Okay. So, wow, that was short and concise, Brian. Thanks so much for coming by. Brian actually did some recovery coach trainings with us a couple of years ago, so we've known each other for a while now. Today, next on the agenda is Maureen, and she's got a little time till she dials in to do her thing. So I just wonder if there are any questions about the event or anything for Brian or anyone else that people may have that we can sort of get answered. So, hey, Brian, I have a question for you. So when you're doing Narcan or you're working with people, do they have to come to you to get help, or do you go to them sometimes? Or what happens?
Actually, all you have to do is call me. And the way we do it is we drop it off. Because of COVID, we have to drop it off, of course, with masks on. And we really don't have any contact, but I can get it to where you're at. So all you have to do is call me. That's why I thought the number would be so important. And if you have any other questions, I'd be more than welcome to answer them. Or
what would be one of the major or most frequently asked questions by clients from you?
the first question that I get is, how do I get into inpatient treatment? Because that is how everyone feels like they need to take care of the problem. There is a lot of other ways to take care of the problem, and they involve sober living, outpatient treatment. Inpatient treatment is helpful, but it is just the beginning. It's only 30 days usually, and that just kind of gets you out of the situation to try to get your head straight. But when it comes to opioid addiction, it can take years to come back to your normal self because it changes the pathways in your brain. So, people will tend to not understand that about opioids. They think, oh, you can just quit, go to your 30-day rehab and be all right. But it rewires your brain to where, your thinking process is skewed and you can't make decisions correctly. And that's why relapse can happen even 5 years into recovery. And especially with COVID, I've been noticing that there are people that have 6-7 years that are relapsing because they've been isolated and they feel like, it's the right thing to do in that situation. They have no other choice is how they feel, but they really do. So I urge, when you do look for help, to have an open mind and be ready to do whatever it takes. Because if you're not ready to do whatever it takes, then it's going to be very difficult. But any amount of sober time you can get, it really counts. So,
Brian, we have a question from Barbara Young. What was the catalyst that turned your recovery around? One more time. What was the catalyst that turned your recovery around?
well, I have to say that unfortunately I did have to kick in county jail. It was the 4th time in 6 months that I had been arrested and had to go through severe withdrawals, seizures, and almost dying. And the last time when I got out, I went and I was just sitting, unfortunately, underneath the bridge that I was living at when I went to jail. And it had been raining for like 5 days. And I sat there and I was just thinking, I hadn't used, I wasn't sure what I was going to do. And as I sat there, I just kind of had an epiphany, and I just told myself, you deserve better than this. And the fact is that I do. And that was kind of the breaking point for me. So what really saved me at that point was sober living, because I was on probation, and probation officers are a good resource. They're not your enemy. They actually do want to help you, and they can pay for your sober living for a month. So that's how I got off the streets, because I told my probation officer that, hey, I'm homeless, I'm a heroin addict. How am I supposed to do my probation? How am I supposed to pay these fines? So that was basically, the turning point for me. And, I've never looked back from there. Now I'm going to college for social work, and I have a great job helping people at Aspen Point. And, there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And, I feel like I'm proof of that.
Hey, Brian, Slade Skaggs first would like to applaud you of being of service, and then has a question. What types of peer outreach services do y'all have with harm reduction principles in place?
The main part of harm reduction that we do is the Narcan, and the peer support piece is needs to grow in my point of view, but because it's the bridge that fills all these gaps that people are falling through, especially when they get out of jail, like when I did. You know, at Aspen Point, we do have more than one pier there. Where you're going to have the CJ pier, and they're going to really help people that are getting out of jail, because that is the highest population of overdoses right now. So.
And so what do you, Brian, what would you advise people who maybe aren't seeing themselves ready to quit today or stop today, but need support and resources like food or shelter or any of those? What do you advise for them?
Well, the resources in this town are not bad. There is always a place to eat at the Marion House, which is good. There is a shelter in town. It has changed quite a bit since I stayed there, but it's still open, and especially with the winter months coming, that's a good thing to know. And if you're looking for peer support, there is, you know, there's Embark PCA, there's Springs Recovery Connection, there's me, and we're the people that get you those resources that you need, and we'll work with you whether you're not ready to quit or not. You still are going to need someone to talk to, in my opinion.
And so what do you see as being one of the goals of your program over the next year in development?
Well, the goals of our program are pretty big. We do want to try to get, you know, some inpatient treatment in this town. We also want to just make sure that, like I said before, that these people don't fall through the cracks. My phone does ring off the hook constantly because of relapse, people's family where they've lost someone to overdose. And another part that I did want to mention too is that the families of the people with these problems also need some type of help as well. And there are craft groups in this town that are very helpful to help you love a person in addiction without enabling them. And I believe that is a really important part, and that's kind of where we're headed, because I do talk to a lot of parents of people in addiction, and I also talk to the people in addiction, and they kind of go hand in hand, because the parents, they don't understand, and they want to. So, and it hurts them, you know, almost as much as it hurts the person that's using.
Brian, we have another question. This is from Mark Garland. He asks, what advice would you give someone looking for resources that has not been through the justice system and does not have access to the resources of a probation officer?
Well, I would say that Aspen Point is a really good resource, because I do have ways to pay for the first month of sober living. I do have ways to get inpatient paid for. You know, it's a great resource because you can use it for MAT-assisted treatment, which is very important when it comes to, you know, working through your addiction. I myself was on methadone for 5 years, and, you know, that was a time that I did have a chance to work on my recovery and you know, start sooner than later, which is kind of the point of MAT. So we do have psychiatrists there as well, and we do Suboxone treatment. So there are a lot of resources there. If you don't have a criminal justice case, there's also Fort Lyons, which is a great resource. You can go there if you don't have any court cases, and you can live for free on the compound. You can do your treatment. You can stay there for up to 2 years. So that's another resource that I tap into a lot.
And so where is Fort Lyons?
Fort Lyons is in Los Animas.
Is that Los Animas County, or is that
No,
Otero
it's
County? Or?
I'm not. I can't tell you the county, but
Okay.
Los Animas, you know, is about 2 hours south of Pueblo. So it is a little secluded, but that's kind of the point that, you know, you're trying to start fresh and start a new life. So, and they also have peer recovery coaches there as well.
And thanks, Brian, so much for being so open to all these questions.
You're welcome.
et cetera.
Thanks for helping
You
me
look
out,
good.
Rod.
No, you look good. So in sort of closing, we got like 5 more minutes or whatever. I just was wondering what you see is something that like all of us could do individually to sort of work towards addressing this increasing problem of overdose deaths.
Well, I think the biggest thing to be done is to be open-minded to the changes that need to happen in this community, so we do have better harm reduction and we can reach more people through that. A lot of people are very close-minded when it comes to things such as needle exchanges and you know, harm reduction, things like, you know, mat-assisted treatment like CTS, methadone, and stuff like that. There's a huge stigma around it. If people could just open their minds a little bit more, we could make a lot more progress.
Any other questions for Brian? Well, I guess we're going to let you off the hook.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks for helping me out,
Thank you
Rod.
so much, Brian. No. And thanks very much to LAV, who's doing the audio visual for us. We really appreciate it. They've done a really good job this morning for us, I think. Coming up next, we have about 10 minutes. So Mr. Higgins, you want to come up and say a couple words for CHP? Okay. So just off the cuff, since we have a little extra time, I'd like to introduce PJ Higgins from Community Health Partners, who's really done a lot of work to get this sort of off the ground.
Hello, everyone. My name is PJ Higgins. I'm the Opioid Prevention Project Manager for the Community Health Partnerships. So we're an organization that works on a variety of public health issues in our community, and I work on opioid addiction and substance use disorder generally. And so our goal is to bring together communities like this one, individuals and organizations that are working on substance abuse and opioid abuse in particular, to help identify where the system is failing the end user. So anyone who has difficulty receiving treatment, receiving support from the community. We also view it as our goal to educate the community about how addiction affects not just the individual, but the public health of Colorado Springs and El Paso County, the families and loved ones of those suffering with substance abuse disorder, and today in particular, those who are at risk of overdose. So we want to make sure that that system works better and help anyone who's working on those issues to have the support and resources that they need to do their job better. And most importantly, to help those that are suffering to get access to the resources that they need. So today we're focused on overdose awareness. So wonderful individuals like Brian and many of our other wonderful partner organizations like Aspen Point, who are really focused on doing Narcan and naloxone training, help to save lives in this community. And that is what we're focused on today. And I'd like to thank Rod in particular for his great work putting all of this together, and anyone else who's in attendance, either here in person, socially distanced, or online, taking the time out of your day to remember those we've lost to overdose and learn about what this community is doing to help prevent further overdose deaths. So thank you all so much. And I think we'll probably have a couple of minutes here before our next scheduled event starts. So please feel free to interact with each other on the app, in the chat, make connections with folks that are already in attendance. And if you know anyone who might be interested, please also reach out to them and let them know that this is going on today and they can get in touch. All right. Thanks very much.
Yeah, no worries. I needed that little jazz hands, so thank you. A couple more jazz hands to get us through. No. It is a beautiful day here in Colorado Springs. The traffic is loud, but the food is great. The burritos are from Santiago's, and we have box lunches as well if people want to still come down. I am just going to talk a little bit about Peer Coach Academy in Colorado Springs. We moved to Colorado Springs as a base in 2018. And we did a lot of traveling statewide, developing collaborations and partnerships with organizations in Mesa County, Pueblo County, Otero County, Larimer County, Mesa I said, Sterling, which is Logan County, I think, Crowley, and et cetera. So we've been doing some outreach to sort of build some capacity and build some networks for people. Part of what happens, in my estimation, to people who become entrenched in their substance use is that they start to isolate and they drift away from people. They stop telling the truth because the truth is hard for them to talk about. And so when I do this outreach to organizations, recovery organizations, I try to encourage them to be more generous with these people that we encounter. People aren't going to recover on our timeline. They're going to recover on their own timeline. But just because we don't see it happening doesn't mean that it's not going to happen. There's a lot of faith that's required in working with people with substance use issues. And we have to remember that whatever problem got them there might be strong enough to get them back. And so I think we have a tendency to forget that people have a pretty tight and strong self-will. And if we can find a way to help them tap into that and turn it around a little bit, they might have different outcomes, or at least some different journeys. We have engaged with Carol Cruz out of New Jersey, and have a recovery coach training coming up called Coaching the Harm Reduction Pathway. That's a 5-night training. It's 3 hours per night with some homework involved in October. So you might want to check that out. It's really different than working with people who are ready to go to meetings and ready to start being sober. This is about working with people who haven't gotten there yet, but still remaining engaged with people who aren't where we want them to be. Because it's the connection that can cause or create a bridge that can bring people over sometimes. And if they don't have that connection, then they don't have the opportunity to take that bridge. What else did I want to say? We have our first Spanish language recovery coach training coming up September 17th, 18th. It's a 5-day training. It's all in Spanish. One thing I learned in the last year that I've been working and doing outreach is that 20% of Colorado's population is Spanish speaking, and they do overdose as well. But our behavioral health field is transforming through technology, but it's only transforming in English. It's not transforming in Spanish. And so unless we start to think about bringing technology to Spanish language speaking folks, we will have a bigger gap in health disparities than we have now. So the Spanish language I'm excited about. And so I am gonna get ready to sign off. Is Maureen online yet, Irina? Is Maureen online yet?
I'm here, Rod.
Are you there?
Yes.
Okay. Hey, beautiful. So 2 years ago, I was doing a recovery coach training in Aurora, a train the trainer. It was a 2-day train the trainer. And this woman from Boston came to the training and bulldozed her way through everything. And we became fast and furious friends. And so I've learned so much about the family side of substance use, recovery, and peer support just by listening and working with Maureen a little bit. So every time I get the opportunity, I invite her to talk about things because she's got some street cred walking through family members going through opioid issues. So without further ado, I guess I'll just turn it over to Maureen.
Okay. I'm assuming you can hear me okay. Such an odd thing to be talking to like yourself, you know?
We can hear you, Maureen. You are good.
Awesome. Thank you. So yeah, thank you so much for joining me, everybody. And thank you to Rod and Irina for their invitation to speak. I really do appreciate it. I'm going to warn you that I had a recent loss and I may struggle through this today. And I know you'll understand, many of you all too well. My daughter's struggle became apparent in her first year of college. It happened right under my nose, not because I wasn't watching it, but because I was. I was watching my daughter, the child I knew, the one I spoke to about drugs and risk-taking and family history, the daughter who alternately told me I was her best friend and I was also the most boring person on earth who was ruining her life with my rules. The daughter who promised me she'd always come to me and that she would never use drugs. I watched over her over family dinners and vacations and watched her pitch 100 softball games and spent rainy Sundays with her eating bad food and watching bad TV in bed. I was watching. Unfortunately, early drug use and depression look a lot like typical adolescence. I know because I have 4 children. And when I look back, it all looked very similar. And Katie was by no means a difficult or troubled adolescent, or so I thought. Katie worked almost full-time throughout high school and volunteered working with kids on the autism spectrum. She struggled in high school, but made the honor roll and received academic scholarships due to her incredible work ethic. She knew what it was like to work twice as hard as everybody else. She wanted to become a special education teacher, not just because that was my profession, but because she loved children and she especially loved the underdog. Everyone that met her loved her. She was easy to love. Drugs came along and she dabbled in alcohol and marijuana, I later found out, but she was only caught once. She was the only one of her crowd of kids that was caught that suffered any repercussions at home, with the loss of her phone and time spent with her friends. And she willingly took the punishment because she knew she had done something wrong. We thought we made an impression and we believed we were doing things correctly. After all, you only had to see my daughter through my eyes to see that she was on the right road. I was right about her always coming to me. When she started to experiment with drugs in her first year of college, she initiated the very difficult conversation. She told me that she had been using drugs recreationally and drinking too much, and she had tried heroin. I couldn't believe my ears. I didn't know what to do, and I had no idea who to ask for direction. As a parent, we're expected to know what to do about everything, or at least who to go to for information when we don't. I took her to the local ER for an evaluation, and I sat with her, paralyzed, in the waiting room. She was willing to get help, and the hospital recommended an outpatient treatment program. She went diligently and did well, as I'd come to expect from her. And I really did think it was going to be like a factory where she went in one end of the conveyor belt and then came out the other fixed. I was in for a big shock. In the meantime, no help was offered to me. No support was introduced. I read as much on my own as I could, but convinced myself that she had come to me for help and that she always would, that we caught it early and this was going to be the first, last, and only time we had to deal with this. She took her sophomore year off and attended a local community college and lived at home. And I watched her more carefully this time, looking for what I'm not sure, but convinced I would see something. Did I? Was I too afraid to admit what I was seeing, or did I just attribute everything to something else? I'm not really sure, but I do know I was terrified and I spoke to no one about it. I white-knuckled the ride, hoping that we would all get off and things would go back to how they were supposed to be. The story that follows was worthy of a memoir. Even Macmillan, one of the largest publishers in the world, and the New York Times agreed. The audio version of my memoir, If You Love Me, was named runner-up for 2018 Memoir of the Year. The other runner-up, Michelle Obama. This is an important story. And the reason it's so important is not because it's a different story. It's because it's so common. My story is most likely very similar to everyone that walks through this road with a loved one, although all too often our outcomes are very different. Katie entered into some form of treatment over 40 times, and I had 3 family meetings, 3. 1 before a visit in order to see her, and 2 related to discharge planning. I was sinking right alongside her, and as much as I reached out for help, there was none. Finally, her arrest made the local newspaper, and our secret was out. The small town where we lived buzzed with the news of her addiction. She was missing and wouldn't get help, and I agonized over what I would say when my friends and those in the school directly across the street from my home, where my children had attended, and in the district where I had worked for years until the previous year. What would everybody say? Little did I know I didn't have to worry about that, because the phone didn't ring. I am always reminded of that meme that states, this is the picture of all the casseroles that were brought to me when people found out about my child's substance use disorder. Of course, the table is empty. I realized that I needed to create the help that I needed. If I was feeling this alone, there was surely others that craved attention, the same connection, education, and support. So that's what I did. This disease is our enemy, and we can only fight it with love, connection, and education. Overdose Awareness Day, and certainly a remembrance, is a solemn event. I have lost so very many people in the last decade to overdose. I've gotten those painful calls shortly after they passed, and then held their loved ones at wakes and funerals. It's brutal, but it's not my child. 13 times I've gotten that call that my beautiful, kind, loving daughter, my world, was taken to the ER lifeless. Those were the times that she went to the hospital. Was still unsure of how many times she actually overdosed. Each time she somehow made it back to us. Anyone that knows my story will know that I have walked a very rough road. Many of you have walked that road alongside me, even if we've never met. I thought there was no worse pain than the helplessness of watching your child addicted to heroin, until I watched my friends lose their children. I thought I was realistic enough to know that death was a possibility, and I was braced for it. Until one day, one of my closest friends, Rhonda, who had lost one daughter and was watching her eldest daughter fight this demon, explained to me that no matter how bad this roller coaster we ride with our children in active addiction is, there's no preparing for oneself for the death of a child and for the end of hope. I realized I had no idea. I still had hope, if only that. And thank God I still do. I hesitate to speak at vigils because after years of pain, my daughter recently celebrated 3 years of sobriety. We do this one very grateful day at a time, and I am trying to pay back our good fortune. Anyone who's still riding this roller coaster needs to know that where there is hope, that where there is life, there is hope. Ask anyone who is lost. Over the last 8 years, I've created an organization called Magnolia New Beginnings with over 25,000 members in closed, free online groups that provide support and education. After years of working as a teacher, I now teach people to get through this horror show of addiction with their loved ones as a family recovery coach. And I'm so happy to say that we'll be launching a virtual live support groups and free trainings for loved ones in September, something I found was sorely missing during the lockdown we've all just experienced. I wrote the memoir, If You Love Me, about my experiences with my daughter's addiction so that people who haven't been through what many of us have would understand how easily this can happen, how it takes people that are deeply loved by so many. I speak nationally and tell my story over and over so that people will change their views and we can improve not only the care that families receive, which is still almost non-existent, but also the care those struggling receive. so that we may break down the shame and stigma that creates a very different healthcare system for people that suffer with this disease. I do none of this for my own child or for myself. I do it all for those walking around without a clue that their family might be next, and in honor of those that we have lost. I especially do it for all of the people I have lost, the sons and daughters, the sisters, the brothers, the mothers, the fathers, and partners who are no longer here to fight this battle. I call them my army. I keep their pictures with me, always. I look at their faces when I feel like I can't absorb one more painful loss or hear one more suffering story, any more suffering. Then I remember that they are always with me, holding me up and keeping me going. I do that because the people that we have lost are almost always the kindest, most gentle people, those born without that hard outer shell. And no matter how many tattoos or tough guy attitudes, we know them as the marshmallows they truly are. They often lean towards drugs because of that. The world is a very difficult place for all of us, but for the best of us, which is what they are, it's often too much. I remember that, and I keep doing the work that they can no longer do themselves. On Friday, I was trying to decide what I was going to say here today, because I said I'm all too aware of how fortunate I am, and I wanted to be really aware of, and that I wanted to say something meaningful and be respectful of the loss that many of the people that listen to this have suffered. Well, I tried to put my thoughts together. I got a message that a young woman named Caitlin, who I'd helped into treatment a couple of times and who I'd gotten close to because she was spectacular and someone you'd want to be close to, had passed. I felt that instant moment of heartbreak and loss for her, for all the things she'd never do and never experience. And then selfishly for me, because I would never again be treated to her laugh or her sharp wit or her kindness. Then another pain came over me, and that's the pain I believe that only a parent can really understand, the thought of knowing that another mother has lost a piece of their heart. But I know Caitlin, and she worried her mother felt alone. That was her biggest concern. So I ask you to make the extra effort today to support each other, to reach out and not be afraid of doing the wrong thing or saying the wrong thing. I will speak of Caitlin and Mariah and Brian and Mikey and all of the other beautiful people, and I will reach out to their families long after the funeral and let them know that I'm thinking of them and their loved one. Please do that as well. Long after the shock and the funerals, many of you are all too aware that the pain does not lessen. They want to talk about their loved ones. They want to say their names. I'd like to read a poem my dear friend Rhonda always reads, and it's been a huge comfort to me when I get tired. It reminds me, as I hope it will you, that we stand here and how we go for that why we stand here and why we go forward and why we need to make this situation different for others, even when it no longer helps us. It's a poem by E.E. Cummings called I Carry Your Heart. I carry your heart with me. I carry it in my heart. I'm never without it. Anywhere I go, you go, my dear. And whatever is done by me, by only me is your doing, my darling. I fear no fate, for you are my fate, my sweet. I want no world, for beautiful you are my world, my true. And it's you are whatever a moon that has always meant, and whatever a sun will always sing is you. Here is the deepest secret that nobody knows. Here is the root of the root and the bud of the bud and the sky of a tree called life, which grows higher than soul can hope or mind can hide. And this is the wonder that's keeping the stars apart. I carry your heart. I carry it in my heart. So here I am today asking that you continue on with that in mind. Let them be your strength. Let them fill you with hope for others, that their lives can be the motivation that you need to keep going forward in order to make this very difficult world a better place for someone else. I will continue to work to create support for families and access to treatment for those struggling in the names of every single person that's passed, my army, and I ask you to do the same. Find the hope again and encourage others to find the strength on their behalf. Oof. Today, I carry Caitlin McNeil with me. So as you can see, this is tough for me because it's fresh. And I realize how lucky I've been to still have my daughter with me, and how fortunate I am, because really when it comes down to it, it turned out to just be luck. Somebody who overdoses 20 times. I don't understand that. And I don't understand why some people make it and some people don't. But I know that it's our responsibility, if we're standing here today, to keep this going. And I truly appreciate the people like Rod and Irina who make sure that other people get help. And I knew I was going to rush through that. So I would love it if somebody had some questions.
I'm not seeing any questions right now, but I did put in the chat box for people to ask away.
Awesome.
So if they come in, I will throw them at you. I'm thinking about the family system part, and I would turn on my camera, but I look so much better in my professional photo than than in person. When it comes to, well, let me take a step back. One, thank you for sharing your story. And then also very sorry for your recent loss. And thank you for your vulnerability in sharing in relation to that. My question is around the family system stuff. So obviously, while you were dealing with this with your daughter, you noted like there's a bunch of gaps. What is your ideal? Like, what could it, if you could set up this whole program from scratch, what would it look like?
Thank you for asking that. That's a really important question. I think the first thing I would say is, you know what? Why doesn't anybody else ask that question? Why are these treatment centers not asking that question? Because this was 40 different treatment centers with really good insurance. They weren't all different. Some of them were repeats, but I mean, these were places that people wanted to go to. They were not where I see a lot of people that have no choice and they wait for the place that doesn't, that provides free services or something like this. These were really good inpatient treatment centers. And I look at some of them and they still don't have services for families. So what I would like to see is when your loved one goes into treatment, everyone that is going to be the support system after those 21 or 28 days or whatever time that's not enough, I wish that we would then have a whole treatment plan for the family. So you'll see this is in my hand because I was squeezing this while I was talking so I wouldn't cry through the whole thing. But that's what we need to be doing. We need to be taking care of the family too, because this person is going to go home most likely. And even if they don't go home, they're coming back to the family, and the family stands it like they're paralyzed in this time of dropping their loved one off and not getting the help while their person is in treatment. So treatment centers are spending, and let's go with a really good treatment centers, giving 110% and doing everything they can to help this person that they have in their treatment center, and then releasing them to a family that hasn't had any help. So it's like, and I've heard this analogy before, it's like teaching someone immersion Japanese, right? Where like every day, all we're doing is speaking Japanese to them. They come out after 30 days and we put them back in the family that speaks Spanish. Well, within, a week or so, everyone's speaking Spanish again, and we're forgetting all about what they've learned in the immersion program. So you can't do that. Everybody's got to be on the same boat, on the same program. They all have to be learning the same things. So of course we can't bring a family in every day, for 28 days, which would be awesome if we could do that, because God knows the families need it too with the PTSD and trauma they experience. But I think that in a small way, at least, everyone should be assigned a family recovery coach. Everyone should have meetings available to them as often as possible, if not every day. And there should be some form of education along with these meetings. And this is the curriculum that I developed in order to train people to facilitate meetings and run the meetings off of a curriculum, so that the first 20 minutes or so is all about educating families and the rest is about sharing their experiences and supporting one another, because those two things need to go together. We can't, this is a disease and it's being treated like, just like something you can have an opinion about. There are things that people need to know Their families need to know about post-acute withdrawal. They need to know about the physiology of addiction. They need to understand what healthy communication styles are, because we don't want to screw them up as soon as they get out. But I know from my own personal experience, that was something that I'm sure that I was doing from lack of education.
And kind of going off of everything that you just said there as well, when it comes to the family, I'm going to speak for myself, where I'm like still like a teenager, even though I'm 30 years old, but in my head, I'm like, I don't want to talk to my parents about anything like in regards to this field or substance use or anything like that. Right. So when it comes to the family involvement, and this is, I guess, a kind of a two-sided question. One, how much do you see on the family side in terms of their desire to actually participate in those services? If there was coaching, if there were meetings, things like that for the family, how open are they to that? And then for the person that's in treatment, how involved do they want to be with their family?
Well, you know, if everyone's educated, I think that everybody would be more inclined to interact and to be involved with the family, but it's not the family's role to heal the loved one. They should be working with their own recovery coach. They should have their own aftercare and their own, you know, treatment. But we need to understand what the person is going through, so that when my child tells me, I don't want to talk to you about this, I'm okay with it, because it's not my place to talk to them about this. This is not my place to get them through it. It is my place to understand that it takes 90 days to start really feeling themselves again. That it may be a year before you see the person's the chemistry of their brain start returning to normal again. We need to know these things so that we don't overreact to things, and we don't try to spend our time fixing something that's not ours to fix, and to take care of ourselves too. We need to teach people self-care, because they think, many families think that that's selfish. I shouldn't be thinking about myself. And really, we all, anybody in recovery knows you have to take care of yourself first.
Sorry, I muted myself. Would you say that the families are willing to do that and are all wanting to do that?
I mean, I've never met anybody that wasn't willing to learn and didn't want to be connected to other families and to education, so they can understand what's going on. Because I didn't, especially in the beginning, I didn't have a clue. I didn't know what to expect. And I also didn't know, I didn't even know how to interact. And then you have all the people, usually the loudest voice in the room, right? Cut them off, throw them out. And when you hear information like that without understanding that there's other ways to support somebody, without doing things that will hurt them, or without cutting them off, families don't understand that.
Mm-hmm. And this is totally, I'm backtracking quite a bit to the story with your daughter. You said something where, because you said 4 kids, right? So you said something that it was hard to distinguish an actual problem from adolescence, which has me then kind of go to how do we distinguish an actual problem in the terms of like, is this a thing that this person's going to grow out of? Is this because they're young that they don't know how to utilize these substances? Because I would say majority of people try alcohol before the age of 21, and maybe they mess up for a little bit and then they get it together. So how do you combat that, like, I'm just a kid dialogue versus, oh wait, this is actually a problem? Like, how do you start deciphering that piece?
It's really difficult. I mean, when I speak in high schools, I have a graphic that shows the warning signs of early drug use, depression and suicidal ideation. And then there's another column that has typical adolescent behavior, and they're all the same. It's just severity is when you start realizing, but by the time something is severe, you're already in trouble. So I would say that, if I was looking back, I would always be thinking that this could be depression, and this could be a sign of a problem with drugs and alcohol or alcohol. I would be thinking that way to begin with, instead of doing what we tend to do as family members. I looked at her when she was 6. I thought, this is my baby. She would never do this. We talked about this. She just wouldn't do that. And not because I thought I was, God only knows I had enough of it in my family, but I just felt like I knew her. And when drugs and alcohol are involved, you don't know anybody because it takes over.
Mhm. Thank you. And then Mark actually just asked a question, so I'm going to go ahead and just read that to you. Mark says, I can't agree more with what you are saying and think this is so incredible what you are doing for the family of the recovering addict. Do you hold a class or training for individuals who are interested in family recovery coaching? Question, is this coaching something that has been around for some time, or is it something that is a new practice that you are creating? Question, there's a lot of questions, so let's do this. I'm gonna, let's answer them one at a time.
I actually did create a NADAC approved training, 4-day training, and with the goal being to have a certification for family recovery coaching. It's turned into a 2-day training for facilitating a meeting because of COVID, and I'm hoping that once things get better and we can meet in person, I can start back up with that. Or really, I think that the in-person, the virtual meetings, we're going to start with these FAST, which is a family-focused addiction support training, which is the training that I'm talking about that I created. I'm going to start with that training, and then after people are trained in facilitating the meetings, hopefully we'll roll that into a certification process, and that'll be a little more training. And that'll be online, I guess, maybe towards the beginning of next year. It's just a matter of putting it all together, because it was together and I was actually booked all over the country to teach it in different treatment centers, trying to get these things going and people access to these meetings and trainings. But it's going to be virtual. It's Magnolia Recovery Resources. The pages, there's just a landing page up right now. Anybody that's interested, feel free to contact me and I'll keep you in the loop. We're starting to train people and I'm hoping really that this is the start of something, because you know how these things go. One person does it and then other people start doing it and then it becomes a thing, and then treatment centers will grab onto it because everybody else is doing it. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Awesome. Thank you, Maureen. And then is this the NADAC approved training that you're talking about? Is that a newly developed training then?
It was actually got NADAC approval in the beginning of this year.
Okay, awesome. And then kind of off of what Mark is asking towards the end here, and then what you just mentioned, that people could contact you. Could you actually just type in whatever information for your contact stuff is into the chat box so everybody has that for me, please?
And they can get in touch with Rod too, because I think Rod has some ideas about doing this as well. So maybe hope he's not sitting there somewhere going, shh, don't say that. But that's my yeah. And feel free to call me too. This is my phone number. It's everywhere. So awesome.
And then Mark was asking a bunch of questions and we have about 5 minutes left. Mark, if you have anything else, you're totally feel free to put it into the chat box. You're not asking too much. Kind of apologize there at the end. It's fine.
I know it's nice to have a question. The recovery coaching that I do and that I would like to see expanded is if I had this when I was going through this, because there's nothing like talking to another parent, just like the peer coaching when you're working with somebody in recovery. It's a different experience. So I have a master's degree in education, not in counseling. I am doing finishing up my KDAC, but it's my alcohol and drug counseling certificate. But none of those things prepared me for this. I have social workers that come to me. I have all kinds of people that come to me that are not that work in the field, whether they be nurses or therapists. They're not prepared for their own children's struggles. It's a different experience. And there's, I don't have the answers, but I can help someone figure out what their process is, what their boundaries that they can live with, and that, God forbid, because we know this is a potentially fatal disease, that they won't have I wish I had done this and I wish I had done that. That's what I know that's what I didn't want, that I wanted to make sure that I treated her with as much love and compassion as I possibly could. And even now, she said that one of the things that helped her was when she was struggling with this. And keep in mind, I know that I just got lucky and she just got lucky, and that's really what it was. But she knew I always loved her and I was always there for her. And sometimes this fear comes out as anger, and we have to find a way to work through that, I think, as parents, without working through it in front of our children.
Awesome,
Or
thank you. And
families.
then I'm going to ask Maureen one last question. And this is coming from me again. When it comes to family support, so Al-Anon, right? So that's a support group for family members. And just looking at your face, I already feel like that there's a
What?
reaction.
You can see my face. I
You're
forgot.
on camera, girl. But when is there a lack in that? Like what support are you seeking, and are you seeking to create and are creating, right? That
Yeah.
stems
I
out
see these
like
these
Al-Anon.
these meetings are going to be facilitated by somebody who's trained in addiction, not just in group facilitation. And
Mhm.
I want there to be crosstalk. I want people to say, "Wait a minute, I don't understand." Or when someone's talking, say the same thing happened to me, and to be able to say somebody else to be saying, "Yeah, but I called this one, that one, and the other one, and they were able to help me." When we talk about, maybe a treatment center or a program or a therapist, I want there to be a conversation in these meetings.
Yeah.
And I also want there to be, it's to start with education, because I remember, just for example, the first time somebody explained the physiology of addiction and I understood, and I'm like an intelligent person that had never, this had never occurred to me to look for. We as parents don't know what we don't know. So when someone started to explain the prefrontal cortex and how opioids hijack the brain, I was like, oh my God, this makes perfect sense. Why she can't just stop, which is what I didn't understand.
Mhm.
Because I thought, if you love me, the title of my book, you
Mhm.
would stop. And
Mhm.
that was not an option for her at that point. She couldn't get there. So there needs to be that in the meeting too.
Yeah.
And there's meetings out there, I'm sure, that are like that, but I don't know of any that are exactly like that.
Yeah. Got it. Awesome, Maureen. So we have 1 minute. So any final words from you, from us? Obviously, thank you so much for being here again. Thank you for sharing your story. Thank you for being vulnerable with your recent loss. And that's really it from us. But anything that you would like to leave everybody here with?
I just wanted to remind people too that if you're watching this and you know people that have lost, reach out to them, talk to them about their loved one that they've lost, give them an opportunity to talk about the good things, and don't be afraid to ask, how are you today? And that's what I've learned from people that have lost, because every day is a different day and it's all painful and it never goes away. Nobody's going to, and you mentioning their loved one's name is not going to bring it up, because it's always there.
Mm. Awesome. Thank you so much, Maureen. And then everybody that's here with us today, as you know, Maureen provided contact information. So if you have any further questions, please feel free to contact her. She will obviously bring all the resources that she's got, anything in the works. So again, we appreciate your time so much, Maureen. And then we're actually going to move forward here through the agenda. And I saw Corinthia in my screen. I see you, Corinthia. I'm going to unmute you, and then I'm going to make you the featured speaker. So prepare yourself.
Sorry about that. Good morning. Hello, everyone. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm not even sure where to start. Well, I want to start with saying thank you, Irina, for the last minute changes today. Sudden changes. Uh-oh. Some things came up for me. I guess I'll talk more about just a little bit about my experience working in the addiction field with Overdose. I've lost a lot of friends, a lot of clients in addiction. So today is like sort of a kind of an overwhelming day. I thought I was prepared for today. And some things came up at home for me and my son and his daughter today. So all of this has been a lot this morning. And my husband, who's going to be with me, asked me to apologize because he's not able to be here this morning because he's actually with the baby right now. He's at home with her. And not sure where to start, maybe with questions. And my name is Corinthia Brown. I'm the founder of the Don't Look Back Center for Women. We're a recovery organization, thanks to Rod Rushing and the work that I've done with him to get where we are, to get to be able to get out in the community, helping women and trans women to rebuild their lives in the community. is what I do. We a year ago we opened this transitional sober living home that also houses women and trans women. Every single one of the women that we work with and trans women we work with is struggling with addiction, struggling with rebuilding her life, from all different walks all over the world. So that's what I do, and that's the work that I do, and I have a passion for that. I myself am in recovery also. I've been sober over 21 years now, and it never goes away. I'm a little emotional from the last speaker. I was listening to her story, and I can relate so much. So I'll just kind of go into my story with overdose awareness and why I have always participated, but it became a lot closer to my heart when, so in December, I lost my son. I lost my son to an overdose. I got that dreadful phone call that every parent fears getting. And for me, being an addiction counselor and working in the field for so many years and living in recovery, I really struggled with trying to be his mom and not his therapist. And then for me, children, when they know the work that you do, they kind of avoid you. So I think his addiction was a strain on our mother-son relationship because he avoided me a lot because of that. I today still struggle with survivor guilt because I had an addiction for so many years. I was active in my addiction for so many years. I would ask a question like, why did I get a chance to live and he didn't? So that was one thing. And reaching out, Maureen, like you said, people reaching out. And right now during this pandemic, it's kind of hard to reach out because I try to stay ever mindful that everybody's going through something right now. So it's kind of hard. So how it started for my son was he was drinking alcohol, and it's kind of like a domino effect because he lost his son. His son was murdered, which was my grandson. From that, he started drinking alcohol. He was downtown Denver, sitting on a wall, and they had been drinking, and he kind of toppled over and tried to catch himself as he fell off this wall, and he ended up shattering both of his ankles. He stayed in the hospital for about a month, and of course, he was given opiates for pain. This lasted I want to say maybe 4 months into his addiction where he couldn't get the prescriptions like he wanted to, couldn't feed the addiction as he needed to. So he turned to street drugs. He was buying heroin and meth and smoking it. That's what he started doing. So it didn't take very long before he lost his life to it, to his struggle. And like I said earlier, I still have a lot of survivor guilt. It's traumatized my family immensely. So myself, his children, my other children, losing their brother to it. And I'm still working on accepting that there was nothing I could have done. I always feel like I could have done something, or I wish that I could have done more, wondering if I had have just been, maybe if I did push that button and try to be his therapist also, maybe I could have helped him. Because I feel like I'm helping so many people, but I could not save my own child. Couldn't save my own son. Couldn't keep him from, I don't know. I couldn't save him. And I struggle with that. So for me, it's been very traumatic on top of the trauma that I've already experienced in life. I can't think of anything else that I can add. I'm open for questions right now. I plan to be down there in the Springs today, but his daughter is struggling. I showed her the picture of her dad, and we had planned to be down there today, and we just couldn't do it. There were some other things going on. I see some familiar faces. I know. I see Allison. Hi, Allison. How are you? And then another thing that I think is really, when I think about overdose and I think about addiction, I think about opiates and people struggling, I think about how I lost my own son. I think there's being work done, but I also believe that there needs to be a lot more work done around cultural differences and stigma when it comes, because obviously that we're African African American family, and there's just things you don't do and don't talk about. And I think that that may have contributed to my son. Also, you don't go to therapy. You don't tell somebody I'm struggling with this. There's still a lot of shame, humiliation around therapy, counseling, treatment in the African American community. So I'm trying to turn the pain of losing my child into empowering me to go further, to push further in that area and see if we can remove a lot of the stigma that's around that. If there's questions or if there's something I missed, Irina, can you think of anything else that I may have missed?
I actually do have a question off of kind of the cultural piece, right? That you kind of brought up there. What
Yes.
is, because that is still something that I see as a huge gap in the
Yes.
field, is that there isn't a lot of cultural competency around like people of color, or even I've shared my story a little bit at the other event. Like, I'm an immigrant, right? And I'm Russian, and there's definitely a different approach to alcohol consumption if you're Russian. So
Yeah.
what do you see is the big gap right now, or like what service do you wish was available for you or for your son or for a person of color when it comes to a substance use disorder, and to I think it's all language, right? Like, to the dialogue of a substance use disorder.
Well, I think the first thing that probably needs to happen is removing the shame that comes with it. So, well, I'm going to back up a little bit to be able to answer that question. Growing up in most colorful households, I don't know how else to say it, for lack of a better word, you're taught that you don't say those things. You don't talk about what goes on outside of the house. You're taught not to trust other cultures. It's just a white thing. They're going to give you pills. They're going to label you as crazy. You get that label. So there's so many other things. And then you're going to be a guinea pig being tried. They're going to give you these pills. You're going to become a guinea pig. You may die. So all these things were part of my beliefs, let alone my son's. Remember when he did grow up with an addicted mother. So my son went through a lot of trials because of my addiction. That would be the beginning. I think when I go somewhere, if I talk to someone, whether it's Zoom or in person, I would like to see someone that looks like me. That not necessarily wrapped like me, but at least looks like me. That kind of removes that explanation. When you removing the barrier of having to walk in and explain yourself. Do you know what I mean?
Yep.
Kind of have an expectation. When I walk in, I have an expectation. Okay, well, at least they understand this piece of me, and it's less I have to share and open up, building a relationship, normalizing counseling, therapy, addiction treatment, and accepting that there's still a lot of, even in my own family, where they just don't believe in addiction. They believe it's a thing that you can willpower and say either you want to do it or you don't. So, I don't know. That would be another part. Just having someone you can relate to.
Yeah.
Identify with. Not have to have so many things to explain, like why you're here. And help you get past this should not have to be a secret anymore. And the shame of taking medication if you need it for mental health. Just, there's a lot of barriers still.
How would you say we hold on, sorry, there's another question. So let me not ask my questions. Let me ask what other people are asking. Otherwise, I will just take this whole mic. Brooke says, I appreciate you for sharing. What helped you on the road to recovery, and what resources do you think are out there that now might help, now to help current people who are trying to find their sobriety?
Well, I'm going to say what helped me. What helped me the most to find recovery and maintain it was having someone believe in me more than I believed in myself. That's my truth for me. I think when you're gonna get to a point where you're already beat down already, and had low self-esteem, guilt, shame, fears, all those things. And when you have tried it and failed so many times, because I failed at this many times. I'd always get it together, go back, get it together, go back, and then taking my children back and forth through that. I had someone come into my life. She was a Denver sheriff, imagine that. Anyway, but she believed in me for some reason. And just having that person that had that faith that I could do this, and there was so much more to me than what I was labeled and what was written on paper about me. That's one thing. What's the other part of the other half of the question was?
What resources do you think are out there right now to help current people who are trying to find their sobriety?
Oh, the resources now? I mean, there's an immense amount of resources that I've seen. One is the acknowledgement that there is a difference. We don't want to be different, but there's definitely a difference. I think for people of color, for women who have in criminal justice involved women, they're trying to bridge that gap where there's services. Well, because I believe before, I would say when I was going through, in the beginning of my recovery, most services were designed specifically for men. So it was more cookie cutter. There weren't a lot of women involved in the criminal justice system. So that's one thing I think that's out there now. There's specific services for women and the way women respond to trauma. That's one of the services. I know that there's specific services for women. There's recovery coaching. You have peer specialists. We have addiction counselors, mental health therapists. I know that just about everywhere you go now, you can be connected to a resource. I can't think of anywhere where you can go where you're not connected to a resource. Now, some places are not prepared, may not be as prepared, but there's a way to find the resources if you want it. And then I believe involving family, making it easier for family to be involved, because remember, like some people, family, either you burnt that bridge and you don't have family or have support, or you want to push your family away because a lot of family members have their idea of what they think you should be doing. I know that was the case with my mother. She just thought it was a clear case of I just didn't want to quit.
Awesome. Thank you, Corey. And I wish we had more time for this conversation. I don't know why we have such a tiny little window, but I appreciate you sharing. And also I saw, Maureen, you're on my screen, so I saw the head nod as Corey shared about being a parent of someone that passed from a substance use disorder. So there's definitely a huge connection. And if there's any way for even you guys to connect, I would love to see that happen offline. I wanted to do like a conversation on here, but we don't have time for it, unfortunately. But Corey, thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me. I wish everyone the best. I'm just going to keep listening.
Awesome. Thank you. And I'm actually going to bring us back now to the stage in Colorado Springs.
Yeah.
Looks like we have a senator there. So let's see if we can get started. Thank you so much, Corey.
You're welcome. Thank you. Let's see if I can, yeah.
And sorry, everyone, I'm trying to get them to unmute on the other end, but they are not unmuted. Oh, there we go. Cool.
I'm used to that. Good morning. My name is Pete Lee. I'm the state senator from Colorado Springs, and I'm honored to be here today for National Overdose Awareness Day. I think it's incredibly important that we have a day like this to shine the spotlight on overdoses and the tragedies that cause in communities. On the bright side, however, there is a network of services dedicated to recovery. There are organizations and individuals in the medical and counseling fields who are dedicated to helping people deal with this scourge of drug addiction. In my 10 years in the Colorado legislature, I have focused a lot of my energy on trying to address the intersection of drug and alcohol addiction, behavioral health, and the criminal justice system. For way too long in this country, we have been fighting what's called this war on drugs. And we've been fighting the war on drugs by dealing with addiction, with criminal justice and incarceration solutions. So people become addicted to drugs for varieties of reasons, some of which are rooted in their youth with adverse childhood experiences, others for related to medical issues. But people become involved in drugs, they become addicted, they engage in antisocial behavior, and our solution in the state of Colorado for way too many years has been incarceration. We have the biggest increase in people going into the Department of Corrections 2 years ago was women who are addicted to drugs or somehow affected by drug crimes. So it's an issue that we need to take on, and we're starting to take it on. But events like this, where we talk about overdose and we talk about recovery and we talk about drug addiction as a public health issue as opposed to a criminal justice matter, are the types of things that we need to do to alter the way we deal with it. El Paso County, I've been a resident here for close to 45 years, has the second highest number of overdoses of any county in the state of Colorado. I don't have any explanation as to why that is so, but the answer lies in providing awareness that there are programs for people who have drug issues, and family members need to find out where the services are and who's available to help people get through their addiction issues and to avoid overdoses. The scourge of overdoses is really epidemic in this community, and we need to address it. So thanks to Rob Rushing and the network of people in these recovery organizations who are bringing to light the overdose epidemic that we have in El Paso County, statewide and nationwide, and to make people aware that there are alternatives. And these are public health alternatives, counseling programs, needle exchange programs, awareness programs, and churches that provide counseling and guidance and a hand up to people who are in crisis. So thanks for inviting me to be with you here today. I'm delighted to contribute to the extent that I can to increasing awareness of the overdose epidemic that we have, and that there are alternatives to overdoses and addiction. So good luck, all of you, for dealing with this. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Senator Lee. What a guy. He was really busy today, but I said, oh, well, we have this thing going on. And he did drop a couple of things to pop over and say a few words. So we really, really do appreciate that. And so now I think we're going to hear from Sarah Money and Colorado Health Network and Access Point. So we'll take it back to Arena. And hello, Sarah. How are you?
All right. Hi, everyone. My name is Sarah, and I'm really, really sad that I can't be there in person today. Given everything that's going on, we'll just hold off. And stolen from the Harm Reduction Coalition, when the time is right, we will hold each other again. So looking forward to meeting you all in person. My name is Sarah Money, and I am the Syringe Access Program Manager here at Access Point Pueblo, which is a program run through Colorado Health Network. So to tell you a bit about myself, growing up, I always knew I wanted to help people one day, but I had no idea what that was going to look like or how I was going to do that. So I grew up pretty conservative. I didn't have a lot of experience working with people who used drugs. I got my undergraduate degree in political science, but got really interested in statistics, in particular how they pertain to health. So after my undergraduate degree, I moved to Washington, D.C. because I was just going to do it. I was going to go and do the political science thing up there. started my master's program. I got an MPH in epidemiology at George Washington University and had the amazing opportunity to work with the National HIV Behavioral Surveillance Survey during my second year. So I was a field interviewer for people who injected drugs, and it was the first time that I had ever really had exposure to that type of life. And it felt like a slap in the face, honestly, to be working in DC and to see the health disparities going on in our nation's capital, right in our backyard. So I instantly fell in love with the people that I was working with and realized this is what I wanted to do. I spent some of my early 20s job hopping, like many of us do, but I was constantly trying to get back in this field of work. Last year, I was doing clinical trials with people of color who use drugs in Washington, DC. And when the trials ended, I was devastated, had to start searching for a job again, and had the amazing opportunity to join CHN. Actually, 2 weeks before COVID hit, I was hired as the overdose prevention coordinator here at Access Point Pueblo. So right before COVID, COVID hit, and we had to scramble. We had to pick up the pieces, figure out how to keep serving our community and how to keep our folks safe. So a few weeks into COVID, we had another adjustment where we had to deal with the tragic loss of our manager, our syringe access program manager. So many of you knew Brian Brewer, and my deepest condolences to all of you. But in early July, I accepted the position as syringe access program manager here, and I'm really, really grateful to be here, both speaking to you all and working here at Access Point. So a little bit about CHN. Colorado Health Network is a statewide organization. We are dedicated to equitably meeting the evolving needs of people affected by HIV and other health conditions through prevention, care, and advocacy. We were founded in 1983, so we are the state's oldest and largest source of services and programs for people living with HIV and those impacted by HIV. So CHN offers many different services. We offer Ryan White case management. We have medical and dental services. We offer testing, and we do a lot of prevention outreach events when we can, of course. So in 2010, syringe access programs were legalized here in the state of Colorado. Woohoo! So since then, CHN has provided syringe access services at 4 of our offices. We have an access point here in Pueblo. We have one in Denver, we have one in Grand Junction, and we have an office in Fort Collins. So Access Point Pueblo started in 2014. Since then, we have served close to 3,000 individuals. We've grown tremendously in the time that we've been here, and we now serve between 500 and 800 different people every single month. In addition to sterile supplies, we also offer HIV and Hep C testing. We offer overdose prevention education. We have case management, and we offer referrals to treatment or services that anybody might need. But honestly, what I feel like the biggest part of our job is just offering support and trust to the people that we serve. Harm reduction is about meeting people where they're at, sans judgment. So it's about seeing the person and not the behavior. It's about respect, love, and compassion. And we're really happy that we can be here and provide that support to our people. We strive really hard to serve our community in a lot of different ways. So we, like I said, we serve a lot of different people. We provide education. We stay on top of what's going on in the drug scene here in Pueblo. We keep track of naloxone administration. We keep track of fentanyl here in town. And we are currently in the midst of the ever-evolving overdose epidemic. So we've gone through multiple different waves, the crack epidemic back in the 80s, most recently the heroin epidemic, and now the issue of fentanyl and synthetic drugs, which are quickly rising here in Pueblo and across the country. So we started to see opioid overdoses decline once we started our syringe access program here. But with the rise in fentanyl, we're seeing that number going back up. Because of that, it is so important that we are here to help serve our people and serve our community. We educate our folks on overdose prevention. We provide fentanyl test strips for people to test their supplies, and we teach them how to reverse an overdose. We provide naloxone. We give out probably 150 vials every single day that we're operating. And over the past year, we've had about 180 instances of our participants saving someone's life with the naloxone that we gave them. And so out of those 180, about 90% never called 911. So I bring that up for a couple different reasons, just to show how stigmatized our population feels. They don't feel safe calling 911. They, because of their past experience with law enforcement or with medical providers. So we see ourselves as kind of that first bridge that people can build to establish that trust. And naloxone education is super important because naloxone can be used not only to reverse an opioid epidemic or an opioid overdose, but naloxone will bring someone out of a fentanyl overdose. I saw that question that just came on the chat. Naloxone can reverse a fentanyl overdose. And it's really important that we educate people on that because a lot of people are unaware. They assume naloxone is just for opioids, but it works for fentanyl as well. So like I said, we see ourselves as an essential service. We are here to provide support to people. We are here to keep them healthy, and we are here to help keep people alive. Because the simple fact, and this is brash, but the simple fact is that dead people don't recover. We have seen across the nation that people who access syringe services are 2 to 3 times more likely to later engage in treatment than people who don't access our services. So we see ourselves as essential. We keep people alive and we keep people out of the emergency room. We've worked really, really hard to keep our services predictable and stable through COVID. I'm grateful to share that we have not had to shut down for a single day, even with all of the challenges that we've had. And that is really important for our community. They know that we're here. They know that they can depend on us 2 days a week and we don't let them down. So by showing people that we are here, we believe in them, we support them, and we're not going to let them down. That is just instrumental in establishing that trust with our population. So in the last few months, we've had some really exciting legislation pass here in the state of Colorado. HB 1065 removed some of the previous restrictions that have remove some of the previous restrictions on syringe access programs here in the state of Colorado. So I can't provide a lot of detail today, but what I will say is that CHN is really excited to be expanding our syringe access programs, and we will be starting one in Colorado Springs. We're super excited to start serving El Paso County because it is very much needed. As it was mentioned earlier, El Paso County has the second highest rate of overdose in the state. And when you start a syringe access program, you start to see those overdose rates decline. There are some other real tangible benefits to syringe access programs that we're really looking forward to bringing into El Paso County. So when syringe access programs start, you see crime decrease in a community. You actually see less syringes around town because people are now incentivized to bring them somewhere and they know where to go for safe disposal. You see a reduction in needle sticks to law enforcement and medical providers. You see lowered HIV transmission rates and a lower rate of overdose. Syringe access programs aren't about enabling, and a lot of people believe that. I won't lie, I've had to argue with family members that I'm not here enabling people. I'm going to steal a quote from a webinar that I was on last week. Full credit to Daniel from Denver who shared this quote, but I thought it was really beautiful. So harm reduction is not the opposite of quitting. Harm reduction is means to an end, and it's a safe ride home. So we are here to hold the hands of our participants wherever they're at, whatever they're navigating, and provide that safe ride home, hand in hand with that compassionate support that we always offer. So I'm really grateful to be here today and to share this exciting news with you all. We're really looking forward to the great work that we can bring to El Paso County and how we can help people that might not have anywhere else to go. So thank you very much for your time. If there are any questions, if we have time, I'm happy to answer them. If not, shoot me questions and I'll get back to you as soon as I can.
Hey, Sarah, thank you so much. We technically don't have time, but I am going to ask one question that came in from Michelle. When you're talking about like Narcan, Michelle's question is, how do we get this to recovery coaches? So how does somebody access stuff like Narcan? And I'm going to add to that the fentanyl testing strips if they're not necessarily working with like your organization.
Yeah, no, excellent question. I'll start with the fentanyl test strips because that's a little easier to answer. I know they are for sale on Amazon. We order our fentanyl test strips from BTNX. So I believe it's btnx.com. They cost about $1 each. We are also happy to provide fentanyl test strips to anybody that comes to our office. Doesn't matter if you are using or you're worried about someone else in your life who might be using substances. There are a lot of places that we order from. We are connected into NASIN, which is a network of syringe access programs. I believe you have to be a syringe access program to register with them, but they provide fentanyl test strips. We get our naloxone from CDPHE. There's a bulk order that we can order our naloxone through them. But if you're just a layperson or a community member, you can pick up naloxone or Narcan at your local pharmacy. There's a standing order here in the state of Colorado that you don't need a prescription. A pharmacist can write that prescription for you and fill that on site. So I'm happy to research more naloxone or Narcan options for anybody who's interested. And if you're trying to start a program, hit me up. I don't know off the top of my head what I can tell you, but I'm happy to help you brainstorm. I believe my email is in the profile, but if you want to reach out, sarah.money@coloradohealthnetwork.org.
Awesome, Sarah. Thank you so much. I'm going to actually ask you to put your contact info in the chat just in case.
Absolutely.
I wish we had more time. I would ask you a million questions. I love anything harm reduction related. So I love what you guys are doing. And thank you so much for your work and your enthusiasm and everything. You like reek of this amazing energy, and I can get it through Zoom. So it's awesome.
Well, thank you for having me here. I'm really, really grateful that I could speak, and I will talk your ear off anytime you want to talk about harm reduction. Don't you worry.
Perfect. I will email you.
Thanks. Awesome.
Thank you. All right, Slade, I am going to call.
Lou, I kind of missed, I think you introducing me, but my name's Slade Skaggs. I'm a person in long-term recovery, and what that means to me is I had no illicit street drug or drink of alcohol since July 3rd, 2016. I'm really honored to be here and getting to share with y'all. I'm here to talk about the importance of MARA, that's Medication Assisted Recovery Anonymous. And I guess the best way that I can do that is share a little bit about my story, not so much the mess, but more the message. And how I'd like to do that is first of all, I'm down in Austin, Texas. I am not in Colorado right now, but I did live in Fort Collins for a little over a year and am familiar with Colorado. That happened to be when I was in active addiction at some of the lowest points in my life, in all honesty. So let's see, I have been a person with opiate use disorder since I was 14 years old. And that was when I met IV drug use. And I'll be 43 in October. And like I said, July 3rd, 2016 is my recovery date. So that's a little over 4 years. And I was in medication-assisted treatment and methadone clinics and different types of Suboxone for well over a decade. And I remember going to many different providers. And I remember they would tell me to go to meetings as well. And I would want to be a part of something so bad. I would go to a bunch of different 12-step meetings, and at some point, I really wanted people to know who I was, what I was doing for my recovery, and part of that involved medication. And I remember every time that I got close to somebody, when I would open up my mouth about that, the dynamic changed. Whether it was just from their energy or from their opinions or from what they told me would only work for me. I remember not feeling safe or having a place to be a part of. So most of the time that led me back to feeling like I needed to hide. And, you know, I don't know how many of you are people in recovery, but when I feel the need to hide, there's normally things that and behaviors that I utilize that, one, aren't healthy, and for the other are done in isolation. And so my point really is that there wasn't a lot of support around what they now call medication-assisted treatment or medication-assisted recovery. That wasn't a thing then. There was a couple of small groups at some of the providers that I would go to, but they weren't really groups that allowed me to apply principles or taught me about certain steps. And what I love now that I'm a person in recovery is advocating for people in the population with opiate use disorder. I became a peer recovery support specialist a little over 2 years ago, and I'm so grateful for that that opportunity in my life, because I've gotten to do a lot of interesting things as a coach, and I've got to work with medics on outreach teams, helping get people connected to gap funding for providers that would induct them into medication-assisted treatment and find funding for that. I went from that position, now getting to work in a hospital setting virtually during COVID, and getting those people connected and with their resources around and format and other recovery resources. And when I started coaching 2 years ago, I ran into an old buddy of mine who's also here with us today named Jeff, and I got to learn about MARA. I had never heard of it, and it's called, again, Medication Assisted Recovery Anonymous. And when I realized that that was a space that had been created for the opiate use disorder population and people who choose a pathway of recovery that involves medication-assisted treatment, I was all over it, because I remember wanting that same type of space created when I was going through that. So come hell or high water, I was going to be not only an advocate, but a part of that movement. And I've gotten to do that over the last 2 years, setting up in-person meetings and now virtual meetings. And what I can say is, over the last 2 years, not only the need for that space for people who are choosing that pathway, but it being a non-judgmental, safe place. I've seen people all the way from Austin, Texas, all around our country and in other countries on the other side of the world attend these meetings because they're seeking recovery from an unsafe lifestyle. And when people find their pureness in others and people showing up for a non-traditional 12-step meeting and getting to relate, not only is recovery happening, but it's thriving. I've watched individuals grow profoundly in their walk in MARA, and I've seen too many people be shamed out the door or choose to go back to unhealthy behaviors because they were told they weren't in recovery. They were told that those are outside issues. And, one of the principles that's come from the 12 steps is honesty. And if I don't have a place to get honest, if I don't have a place to see and be a part of something and feel seen and heard, well, that's too familiar, like the isolation of active addiction. And I'm just so grateful for the concept of MARA. I'm grateful that I got to run into Jeff, and I knew him previous to finding out about MARA, but finding out what he had started as a founder with MARA was incredible for me. And now I get to be, I guess my title is Director of Community Engagements with MARA, but I wouldn't need a title to be a part of this. If anybody knows me, I live, eat, breathe recovery, and selfishly, it's because being of service and living a life of service has manifested all my problems to become small all of a sudden when I'm helping my hand out to somebody else and creating a safe place for them to come and share whatever their path is, not judge them for it, but ask them how I can help support them along the way. And if it doesn't work out great, let's try something else. But I believe that Mara is not only right on time, but going to have a huge impact. And if you don't know about Mara, please like ask me or Jeff, look up marainternational.org, see what's happening with it, you know? And I also just wanted to say to the woman that was speaking before me, Sarah, like, that's fire, that's great. I'm so glad to hear that y'all have such a strong harm reduction program growing up there. And there's just so many facets that could be opened up to so many people's paths and walks. And, you know, reducing harm is also reducing stigma. And I know that Mara is a huge part of that for my life and so many other people's lives that I've met, you know, and again, that's not just here locally where I'm at, that's all over the world. So I know there's a few minutes before I get to turn it over to Jeff, but if anybody's got any questions for me or would like to talk more, I can always give my email. It's on our website and I think on our profile for the WOVA app. Thank you so much for letting me share.
Thanks so much, Slade. So I think what we'll actually do is have Jeff speak. And unless I'm totally wrong, I think the next thing on the agenda is a very short recorded video and there's not actually a speaker. So what we can do is have Jeff speak and then you guys can kind of double team any questions that come in after that, if that works for you.
That's perfect.
Awesome. Cool. Thank you. So I'm going to meet you and then I'm going to bring Jeff in. Awesome. All right, Jeff, the floor is yours.
Hi, I'm Jeff Kamen, and yes, Slade was awesome because we became friends about 12, 13 years ago, and ran into him when I was trying to get this underway. Sarah said so much that was powerful, but also one of the things that stuck out is that it's awareness, not always remembrance. So I always remember people that I've come along with me that didn't make it, and it's a horrible thing. But it's also awareness because we're doing all these harm reduction things to let people know we still can save. Like she said, dead people do not recover. And so where there is breath, there is hope. And so I believe that. And one last thing she said was her resume, or, you know, to know a little bit about herself. And mine doesn't start out that great, 14 years old, left school. Next thing you know, I was in a whole bunch of drug programs. I was in some hospitals, some psych hospitals, got arrested a bunch of times, got 2 hospitals for the criminally insane, and then 17 years in prison. That resume doesn't sound so good, but I did go back, get a GED, got an undergrad in psychology, became a licensed counselor in Texas, and I'm about to graduate with an MBA in healthcare management. So I tried to change my resume along the way. And I say that because through those experiences, of course, in my case, traditional 12 steps really helped me a lot and saved my life. And I probably wouldn't have turned around the way I did. But I was always brought up to see discrimination in things. I couldn't understand why women got paid less. I couldn't understand a lot of things, same-sex marriages, that they were illegal. And I just was always brought up that everybody was made to be equal. And I couldn't understand that. It just came natural for me to see those things. And so when I was in a particular program, I asked a lot of questions. I'm not satisfied a lot until I understand things. And I wasn't given a lot of answers. And it was okay, it saved my life, I'm all right. But at some point I thought, I saw too many people fall between the cracks. And so I looked into it to see if there was anything like this, and like MARA, Medication Assisted Recovery Anonymous. And there had been a couple of things in the past. And I called people and I read about the histories, and I'll just say wolf in sheep's clothing is what I'm concerned about. And what I mean by that is there are some really caring people out there, but they don't fully understand sometimes. And so they had programs similar, and then somebody in a traditional group said, well, I understand, compassionate and everything, I'll help you with this. And then about 3 or 4 months into it, well, don't you think it's about time to get off medication? And that's what kept happening. And so it's not the people, because we obviously, if you're on medication, you know about the stigma, and that people sometimes come out hard against it. Oh, you're just replacing one thing for another. Well, you're enabling a person to live another day is what we're doing, and that's awesome. And to thrive and to recover. I see recovery in people's eyes, even that they're on medication, it doesn't matter. But we think recovery is to recover from an unsafe lifestyle. And so when I saw people falling through the cracks, I looked this up, and that's how the program seemed to come and go, was people coming in and kind of turning it. And then it came back. So I thought if it was going to happen, it probably needs to be maybe all kind of rewritten. Like, so a lot of the stuff, I say a co-founder, like I would be a co-founder, because MARA, Medication Assisted Recovery Anonymous, is such an easy name to come up with that I have found out that a couple of guys in Florida that didn't feel comfortable at other meetings got together and called themselves MARA. They didn't really do much but follow the traditional steps, which is awesome, but they knew that they needed something else. And a couple of people somewhere else did that, the same type of thing. So anyway, I worked in a prison for a few years. I worked residential for a few years. I worked in a MAT program for a while. And I just went to see why were people pushing away? Why were people falling through the cracks? Why did people not want to go to certain programs that helped millions of people, including myself? And so I tried to make it all inclusive. A big, for instance, and I won't get into all the details, but there are a lot of differences, is that there is no mention of higher power or God in any of the steps. Or any of the literature. It's only because it's not a requirement. It's not a secular program. Come to the meeting, talk about whatever's in your life. God put this in my life. You know, I really feel spiritual today. Nothing wrong with that. My mom put this in my life. Nothing wrong with that. It's all non-judgment. Someone comes in and said they used that morning. Someone comes in and says they've been sober 30 years. We listen to both the same. We show support to both the same, because even after 30 years, you have hard days. So everybody has a hard day. From there, I'll just say that we mentioned mara-international.org, but we also right now, particularly because of COVID, up to 21 Zoom meetings a week. So if you want to get on there, you can see that there's a Zoom meeting about 3 times a day. We got off one this morning, and Slade had mentioned people from all over, and there was somebody from Ireland that poured her heart out, and it was awesome. It was just amazing. We're in Austin, Texas. And so anyway, I could probably keep talking, but I'm sure there's some questions.
Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you, Jeff. I'm not seeing questions yet. Hopefully this kind of gives people some time to think some up. But then this is going to be, Jeff, for both you and Slade. I'm going to ask a few of my own questions, if that's cool. I work with many pathways to recovery. So medication-assisted treatment is one of the pathways that I advocate for. And my whole organization is all about giving people a choice in their recovery and empowering them to choose which pathway resonates the best for them. When it comes to medication-assisted treatment, I included that as well as harm reduction, even though they weren't peer-to-peer resources like the rest of my group. But I included them because there's a lot of pushback, stigma, misunderstanding, and things like that. So when it comes to, my biggest question, and I'm going to be super transparent here. When it comes to medication, is there a goal of getting off medication, or is when it comes to MARA and people attending MARA meetings, are there some people there that are going to be on medication for the rest of their life? Is there a conversation around, hey, I'm trying to get off the medication while I'm attending a MARA meeting, or hey, I think I'm doing this forever? What does that look like?
When it comes to, I'll just jump in there. When it comes to medication, we don't really give advice, but we say that it's up to the needs of the individual between his and her doctor. And if they think it should be forever, it should be forever. If they think it should be tomorrow, that, or it should only be on a couple of weeks and then get off, then that's between them. That's really not part of MARA. It's just that we support, someone tells me they've been on it for 20 years. I talk to them the same way as somebody just got on it a week ago. It's fine with me, however long they are. I'm not their doctor.
And then off of what you, sorry, Slade, you jump in and then I have another follow-up.
No, it's all right. And I just wanted to say, that's part of what allows a new experience in our non-traditional 12-step meeting is, no, we're not going to give an opinion on whether they should or shouldn't continue medication. Again, like Jeff said, that's between them and their doctor. And I've seen too many people have a lot of troubles because of somebody's opinion on what they need to do with their medication, and they're not a doctor.
Mhm. And then off of both of those answers, when it comes to somebody, say they've been attending a MARA meeting for, I don't know, 9 months, 10 months, right? And then in their journey, they have decided to come off of their medication, but they have this whole community of people at the MARA meetings that has been their support. Are they, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I still want to know what that conversation looks like. Are they welcome to continue attending MARA meetings even if they're no longer on medication?
We welcome all people seeking recovery from an unsafe lifestyle.
That's tradition 3 that people are familiar with in a lot of other 12-step programs. Our tradition 3 is the requirement for MARA membership is to desire to live a safe lifestyle. So if you never did drugs before, but you find yourself in road rage, that's probably an unsafe thing. And your family might even worry about if they've ever seen you go off. If you speed coming home in the car, that's probably an unsafe thing. You should probably, watch yourself and be careful. If you have a desire to live safer than you are or have been in the past, that's great. If I had a brother that was shooting heroin 7 days a week, but he started shooting once a week and started methadone and smoking pot, I'd be like, wow, I love methadone. I don't have to worry about it every single day. And then all of a sudden he quit heroin and he's doing marijuana and methadone. I would just love methadone as opposed to the stigma that it gets. It saved him. He's probably not going to die from the marijuana or the methadone by giving it to him from a doctor. But he very well could die before that. So he had a desire to be safer. And it doesn't matter whether someone's on medication or not. If they want to continue to come, everybody's welcome. If somebody decides that they want to go somewhere else, everybody's welcome. If somebody comes to MARA and it says, I don't really think any of these non-traditional or traditional 12 steps are working for me, I don't know what to do. You know what? I'll help them look for something else. I'll help them look for smart recovery, refuge recovery, anything that might help them. If it helps them, that's great. I did my job. I've helped them. If it doesn't help them, I'm the one they're going to remember that reached out to them outside of my comfort zone and tried to help them. So it's a win-win situation. They don't have to do it my way, and I don't have to do it the other person's way. Just meet each other where we're at.
Jeff, we get along so well. I love that answer. And then when it comes to the external stigma, like what is your guys' conversation when, and I know it's not, because what you were talking about, like when you go to a traditional 12-step meeting, there's that, well, you're not really in recovery because you're on a medication. Like, so what conversation, what dialogue do you all have when maybe somebody comes into your meeting and is like, oh my God, am I in recovery? Like, like they've internalized that conversation. So how do you start changing that dialogue?
I can speak, but if Slade wants to, go ahead.
I can't hear if you were talking, but for me, I try to just have a conversation and remind people, just like I was reminded, that like I'm in recovery when I say I'm in recovery. My path of recovery may kill you, and your path of recovery may kill me. And I think there's too many people, unfortunately, not knowing what's what because they're basing off of other people's opinions and views. And the journey's internal. The journey's internal, and so is my recovery. And if I'm on an internal journey on the inside, I guarantee you everything outside of me is going to be recovery too. But it starts here, and it's not about what somebody tells me is or is not. And I just try to share that experience I had when it woke me up profoundly with others, So
I just want to read our tradition number 5 from MARA. Each group has the responsibility to let members know that if they are trying to live a safe lifestyle, they are in recovery. And when someone says about being clean and all that, I think wording is very, you have to be careful with it. And I've never been dirty, and I've been clean since the day I was born. And I'm in recovery because I seek a safe lifestyle. And I think it's my responsibility to let the next person know, particularly if they're MARA, if they attend MARA meetings, that they are in recovery as soon as they look for help.
yeah.
Awesome. Thank you.
And I think I want to add one more thing to that is like I have super amount of respect for all the different fellowships that are out there and all the different types of meetings. And, too often, when I came in early on, nobody took the time out to talk about like why the traditions are there, why they're there to hold a safe place for that group. And, like if I go to another meeting, just out of respect, I never respected myself or anything else, but just out of respect today, I'm going to identify that the way that that group does, just so I can still be a part of and not separate myself. And if I can influence or enhance that same experience and idea about how to respect the group and tradition because it's faceless and anonymous, then it has nothing to do with anything outside of that group as far as like what I call it or the language that I use. It's allowing myself to be a part of. Yeah.
And I actually want to backtrack a tiny bit, Jeff, only once, sorry, Slade, thank you. And then really quick, Jeff, you had said something when you were talking, when it comes to the steps and the traditions within Mara, you said it differentiated from traditional steps on the spirituality piece. Is that correct? Or can you just describe that a little bit more?
It differentiates on a lot of things. If I read the steps, you'd have a lot more questions. I encourage you to take a look at mara-international.org. But as far as the spiritual component, it doesn't mention higher power or God in any of the steps or any of the literature. However, it does have a goal of getting to know our true voice within. And so someone's true voice within, as opposed to somebody having had a spiritual awakening as opposed, result of these steps in the other traditional program, this is having get in touch with our true voice within after all that time. So a lot of self-reflection, a lot of seeing why we did what we did. So our true voice within for somebody else might become a spiritual thing. It might become their purpose in life. It might become a job change. It might become a balance of family and everything else in their life. So I don't know what anybody else's true voice within is. I know in the past, I did not listen to my true voice within and it became somewhat of a critic. But as I get to know myself more and more, a lot of self-reflection, a lot of meditation, it does have meditation in the program. I start listening to myself and having more encouragement or confidence in myself, those type of things.
Where would you say that deviation came from? Or I guess not where, but why do you think it was set up that way to start leading towards a voice within versus looking at a higher power?
I know exactly why I wrote it. So, I literally, and I was talking with somebody yesterday that was a client of mine when I was working in a prison, and I asked hundreds of people, what are the biggest things? Who wants to stay sober? Who wants to go to 12 step? Who wants to? A lot of people were pushing away from the 12 steps, which I think are great. Like Slade said, he has utmost respect for all of them. I do too. So don't get me wrong. I just saw people falling between the cracks. And so the biggest thing was the spiritual component. A lot of people ran from it. And we say in, other 12-step programs, don't hold your head down, say it with purpose and this type of thing. In this case, I didn't want to. If there's 100 people that'll get help from that, awesome. But there's 2 people that'll run from that. It's those people that I'm trying to reach. It's the people that are falling through the crack. And so I did want them to have a goal. And I do think the goal's realistic. And I've been taking somebody through the steps and we're making a couple of alterations, I guess you could say, adaptations as it's going. But he says he's really feeling it, what's coming. And there's not a book out yet, but it's about to be out. Another maybe 2 months, we should have it published. And so anyway, I think that that'll help a lot of people be able to walk through the steps and reach that goal. And if there's 100 people, I don't know how to explain this. We had a Zoom meeting where there was 60 people and it was awesome. Wow, 60 people. And I found out about maybe 40, 45 of them could have went to any other meeting. It was all right. They were welcome there, but it was the 10 or 15 people that didn't feel welcome anywhere else. That really, those are the people that I would like to have there. It's those people that fall through the cracks, that been shamed and they run away. And I know how it is to quit everything and just go and do your thing. I've done it, but some people won't do it and they'll keep going until they die. And then the family gets left behind with, remembering these things. It's just a horrible thing. As Sarah said before, dead people don't recover.
Yeah. And I appreciate that, that the people that fall between the cracks, right? That's the same thing with what I do is like, sure, this program works for whatever percentage of people, but we know for a fact it doesn't work for these 3 people. So why are they any less significant or less important than these other people? So I love that, again, what you had said like a few answers back, just saying, hey, if this didn't work for somebody, I would, refer them out to Smart Recovery or Refuge Recovery or anything. I'm like, thank you for at least knowing those names, because the amount of conversations that are in this field where we don't even know those names, you know what I mean? Or like somebody wouldn't know where to send somebody that's on medication, or, there's that, do I need to be secretive about it? Do I need to walk into a 12 steps meeting and just not talk about the fact that I'm on medication, but that is an important part of my journey, And so I really do appreciate that you guys are both so open and so able to say, and I can't remember if Jeff, if it was you or if it was Slade that said, I think it was Slade, that like, my pathway might kill you and your pathway might kill me. And that is like such a truth. And the flip side of that is like, my pathway saved me and your pathway is going to save you, and we have to be able to get there and be so confident with our own pathways, whether medication or not, like whatever it looks like, right? We have to be so confident with our own pathway that none of that other conversation impacts us. So I really appreciate what you guys are doing.
Thank you very much.
Just for anybody that has felt stigma or, been told they're not clean and all that stuff, whoever told you that, it's not their fault. Really, they were brought up that way. It's like, that's what saved their life. Somebody telling them that, and they went into it and it saved their life. So if they say it to you, don't take it personally. Just keep going. Don't quit. Find something else. There are a lot of things out there. Mara might be for you, but there are a lot of other things out there too. And that's my message.
Awesome. Thank you. And then if you guys want to leave us, so we have a 12:45 and then there's like an interim recorded video in the middle, and this girl's got to get to the bathroom because I've been sitting at this computer for way too many hours. So if y'all want to leave us with some last words and then put any contact information you want into the group chat, that would be awesome. And then I'm going to give us, AKA me, like a 10-minute break before a 12:45 speaker.
I guess my only last minute words is just saying thank you for letting me be here. I am a survivor from overdose, and I believe, getting to hold space for people in recovery looks like doing exactly what I get to do today. I'm just honored, and thank you for letting me be here.
Of course, thank you. And then Jeff, anything from you?
My last words, I'm going to do what we close with at every meeting, and Slade unmutes everybody at the Zoom meeting, and we all make a big mess saying it together, but I'll let you know what we say. The matter meeting closing. Today we share a common desire. We desire to live safely regardless of where we are in our journey. We encourage each other to continue. Many of us have seen the reward of trust reappearing in our lives. We value the trust of others. Each day we keep in mind the importance of not interfering with the progress of another person. Additionally, let's not interfere with our own progress.
Thank you so much. All right, thank you guys. So next we have Grace. Between now and then, if y'all want to jump onto the HUVA agenda, there's a recorded video from Ryan Kennedy. If I'm saying that name right or wrong, I don't know. But thank you guys again. And I will be back here at 12:43 because I'll be a few minutes early. All right, everyone, we're going to get back to it in about 2 minutes. Our next speaker is ready to go, but I kind of want to wait until, okay, I can see some people have their cameras on. Thank you guys. I'm not one of those people, but this way I can know who is here. So we'll just give it a few more minutes, Grace, and then I will have you start out. Let's see here. God, Allison's just always ready to go. Allison's just never leaving, which is a beautiful thing, Allison. Thanks.
That's because I'm feeling guilty that I'm not down there with Rod today.
I feel like it's harder to be here. All of a sudden, I was like, wait a minute, I haven't gone to the bathroom in about 2 hours and 40 minutes. Awesome. All right. So, Grace, I don't have a bio for you, so I'm going to have you introduce yourself, but I will spotlight your video and then you can go ahead.
Hi, everyone. My name is Grace Whitner. I'm just a 23-year-old college student who's going to share a little bit about my sister and who she was, kind of her addiction and her struggles through that, and then ultimately her overdose. So Sarah was born in Colorado. She was 31 years old. One huge thing about her, she loved music. She loved her family, her little siblings, all around just a wonderful big sister. And everybody that met her loved her, as far as I knew, at least. Sarah had surgery on her eardrum probably about 11 years ago. And after that surgery, she was given IV medications. She was in the hospital for about a week. And then as soon as she was released from the hospital, she had a steady supply of pain pills. And in my opinion and my beliefs, I think Sarah left the hospital that day addicted to opioids, and I don't even think she knew that. Our family certainly didn't know that. It took her quite a few years to find her sobriety. She actually had a parole officer that recommended Stout Street Foundation to her, and she completed the 2-year-long program. And I remember her telling me before she went in, she was like, "I can't give up 2 years of my life. It's just too much time." But ultimately, she knew that those 2 years were going to help her in the long run. So Sarah continued with her Stout Street program and was sober, I believe, for around 4 or 5 years. We're all really confident we had gotten Sarah back, and life had kind of seemed to get back to normal the way that we remembered it before her substance abuse disorder. Unfortunately, when the pandemic hit, a lot of her resources were cut off. And so she was on a monthly Vivitrol shot that she wasn't able to get anymore because of the pandemic. They postponed it 15 days. Sarah had only had a reoccurrence of use 3 days prior to her fatal overdose, and then passed away the day before her shot for Vivitrol was supposed to be given. As a family, this was incredibly hard because we all were really confident in Sarah's recovery. We weren't nearly as worried about the potential for overdose as we had always been in the past. So that was really tough for us. But one thing Sarah taught me was all about harm reduction and why it's important to break the stigma. During her substance use, I really didn't understand it at all. I genuinely was one of those people that thought harm reduction was just enabling, and it's not going to help anything. And I thought that people had the ability to just kind of stop, and that was that. But Sarah had a wonderful way of educating people through about recovery and harm reduction and why breaking the stigma around it was so important. She worked with a few different organizations, the Harm Reduction Action Center, as well as Young People in Recovery. I'm sure there were more, but those are just the ones I remember. And she really wanted to emphasize that anyone can be susceptible to substance use disorder. You don't have to be a specific type of person. It's something that really can reach so many, and it doesn't have any boundaries, So when I did find Sarah overdosed, it was obviously very scary for me. And, I was like, okay, well, I'm prepared for this. Sarah taught me. I administered the naloxone and, called 911. And unfortunately, it was too late. But knowing that Sarah had given me the resources to potentially help in a situation like that was really, really important and impactful to me. So I think that it's really important to share Sarah's story because it emphasizes how she seemed to have everything together. I really thought that everything was a-okay, and it was a very, very sudden occurrence that no one was expecting. I think Sarah really branched out to her community and helped a lot around her, and I think even her friends within the recovery community were not expecting that from her. I think one major thing that I took from Sarah is that she would want people to keep going and working hard towards their recovery, whether that be using substance abuse and harm reduction resources so that they can find the life and happiness that she did before she passed.
Thank you so much, Grace, for being here. And then for sharing your story and for sharing the story of Sarah. It's obviously different when we have a tribute, right? When it comes to questions or discussions around that. If you like looking at your scenario and losing a sister and everything, like what does that leave you with? I guess, I mean, like I can almost tell here because you're here on this call, right? So what has shifted for you as a person, as an advocate, et cetera?
So throughout Sarah's journey to finding recovery, I was always scared. I was always petrified as a family member that I knew the potential for overdose could happen. And it wasn't ever, since it didn't happen throughout those years, it wasn't ever so close to home. And since then, I have been trying my darndest to really advocate for those who are struggling. I don't have a degree. I don't know much about the recovery community or harm reduction at this point, but I think the best thing that I can do is learn about it and try to help educate others so that they can help those around them.
And you were saying when you got on this call and I said, I don't have a bio for Grace, and you started off with, did you say I'm a 23-year-old college student?
Yes.
What are you studying?
I am studying to be either an exotic veterinarian or an equine veterinarian.
Awesome. I've never even heard of an exotic veterinarian. I didn't know that was like a thing that you end with.
Yeah, for like birds, hedgehogs, lizards.
Awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. And then, I mean, I don't know, like anything else you want to share? Like this is really your time. You have until 1, so I don't want to.
Yeah. I think maybe I could speak a little bit about Sarah and just how one lasting impact that she had on me, and I know a lot of her friends, was her love for music. She had a very wide, eclectic range of styles that she loved to listen to. And I know for her music and the things that she did listen to really helped her after she started her recovery process. So, everybody responds differently to different things and different things help, but I know that music and finding bonds with other people who shared the same interest in music as her were incredibly helpful to her recovery. Her all-time favorite was a band called Atmosphere. She liked Hall & Oates, Elton John, Fall Out Boy. And so through those musical connections she was able to branch out and make so many more friends and connections through that way. So yeah, I hope Sarah's story can be shared everywhere. I put a link in my little profile that talks about her struggle through the pandemic, because I know so many people right now are struggling with lack of resources, whether it's NA meetings, whether it's actual treatment programs or detox centers. So that gives a little bit of information on how that contributed to Sarah's reoccurrence abuse.
Awesome. Thank you. And it's really interesting. Such weird timing. I don't know if this was like perfectly set up, but since you mentioned music, our next person is actually a musician. So this is such a weird.
Oh, awesome.
Such a weird.
I think you're muted. I can't hear your sound.
You can't hear whose sound? Can you hear me?
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, all right, cool. Well,
I'll message him.
I'm a little bit early from my set, but am I right on time? I'm not quite sure.
Well, I'm gonna mute him for 1 second, but sorry, Matt. Yeah, so such weird timing. that you brought up music, and then Matt showed up. And I'll have him speak a little bit on his story as well before he starts. But with the next like 5 minutes, is there anything else that you want to add in? Is there anything like, I don't know, I feel like, because I have 2 older brothers, I feel like I would never shut up about that, you know, and like this is really your space to take it up, you know what I mean? Like just take it up.
Yeah, I mean, coming from the standpoint of a little sister, I was very thankful for her friends in the recovery community, because every single one of them reached out to me after Sarah passed away. She passed away on April 16th. And I got messages saying, I have a little sister, and I know Sarah would have called my little sister to check on her if something had happened to me. So the support that we've gotten, especially from her friends at Stout Street Foundation, people at the Harm Reduction Action Center, young people in recovery, has been extremely helpful. I don't really have any advice how to help someone who has suffered the loss. Besides, it's always easy to just check in on them. And sometimes they might not want to talk, but sometimes they might want to blab your ear off about how much they love their big sister.
Do you feel that your community has been there for you?
Yes, I really do. Shortly after Sarah passed away, she was working with the Lift the Label campaign, and they reached out. They did a bio on her about her recovery, and we also had a few news outlets that wanted to hear Sarah's story in the Denver area. So Colorado Public Radio, and a few others that reached out to us to share Sarah's story. And I think that has helped our family a lot, because it doesn't feel like Sarah's passing was useless. Obviously it's very hard, and I wish it never happened, but hopefully it can help contribute and help others who are going through the same things.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Grace.
Thank you so much for having me.
Of course. And now Matt's camera disappeared, so hopefully he's still here and ready to go. This is the joy of moderating. There he is. Okay. So Grace, thank you so much. Stay on for Matt so you can get the music, because that's still, to me, the weirdest thing that just happened out of the entire day was for Grace to be like, music is the huge part of Sarah's life. So then to have a musician next is crazy to me.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah. So thank you so much. And then Matt, I am going to spotlight you and unmute you. Perfect.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Well, I'm so sorry to have interrupted there. And I appreciate the tail end of that story that I caught. But again, my apologies for like zooming into the middle of it. Right there.
Into the Zoom. What the hell?
Yeah, but this is what a kind of cool and impressive and interesting way to run a virtual event. So I appreciate all of the logistical efforts that are going into putting this all together, and just everybody for being a part of it and for having me. And my guitar tuner as well. Excuse me.
This is the thing that we make fun of for people at open mics. I'm a poet, and we're always like, every musician that goes up there and then just starts tuning their guitar, we're like, come on, guy.
But in fairness, it will sound better and you will enjoy it more if I do tune the guitar. So,
Okay.
so it's really it's for everybody. It's for everybody that I'm doing that. I promise. Okay, so this should all be working nicely. But if you guys at the end of this first song, if you're like, whoa man, the guitar is way too loud or something like that, just let me know, because then I can adjust my little knobs and so forth. Can you hear that? Cool. Anyway, my name is Matt Butler, and it's a real honor to be a part of this event today. I've been coming out to visit some of you folks in Colorado now for a few years, and I'm sorry that I can't be there in person, but obviously circumstances have prevailed upon all of us and prohibited some of those types of traveling and obviously the congregating of groups of people in large amounts. So it's really cool that that we've all kind of adapted to the situation and started doing things like this. I'm going to put this on my gallery view. And like I said, it's really great that we're still able to keep connected with each other and, you know, and to still keep with our gatherings and our traditions and doing things like this for September and for Recovery Month. And so thank you again for putting all the hard work into organizing it. And I appreciate, you know, all my friends who reached out to me to be a part of it. The last time I was there was in September of 2019, and it feels like that was a lifetime ago, and that a lot has happened since then. And I've been in my apartment here in New York City almost entirely for quite a while, and thinking about Colorado. I'm just putting my phone on airplane mode. I realized that is a possible distraction there. Thinking about Colorado and the open spaces makes me really, I don't know, I do wish I was there. The last time I was there, I got to play Dazzle in Denver, and that was a lot of fun. But I'm going to begin my set here by playing a song that is very much about New York City, which is where I am and where I'm from. Well, I was killing some time just drinking down at Sophie's. I told my girl I'd be home in a little while, when this dude swung in with his Jameson grin. He said, boy, I bet I know your style. He said, I ain't selling it cheap, 'cause man, you know I gotta eat. But I got some blow that you really need to try. Yeah, so I checked my phone, and I knew my girl was home alone. But hell, it's just a little line. Oh yeah, but heaven knows if there's one promise I've kept. Still got my mother St. Christopher hanging around my neck. Lord knows I don't know why I don't do what I should. I swear I mean it every time I say I'm coming home. I'm coming home for good. Ooh. Coming home for good, yeah. Now I've been up all night, dragged myself across the Bowery with my boots barely hanging from my feet. Oh, and the sun burned brighter as I stumbled across the Mission into a man begging change in the heat. He said, you look just like my boy, and you remind me of myself. A jean jacket rock and roller in his prime. Yeah, I ain't trying to score. No, I'm just trying to get some help. And I thought, man, this must be some kind of sign. Alright. Heaven knows if there's one promise I've kept. Still got my mother St. Christopher hanging around my neck. Lord knows I don't know why I don't do what I should. I swear I mean it every time I say I'm coming home. I'm coming home for good. Ooh. I'm coming home for good. Yes, I am. stumble round the corner, past the folks standing in the methadone line. And then it all turned black, but you know I still remember. I couldn't shake the feeling I was running out of time. Heaven knows if there's one promise I've kept, still got my mother's St. Christopher hanging around my neck. And Lord knows I don't know why I don't do what I should. I swear I mean it every time I say I'm coming home. Coming home. I'm coming home for good. Ooh. Coming home for good, yeah. All right now. All right. All right. All right.
Never know how to react in a Zoom call performance.
Yeah.
So that's, I did the clap emoji, throw in some claps in real life, and you keep doing you.
The emojis are appreciated. Not quite as encouraging and as affirming as a good old-fashioned applause, but you know, I do understand we've all got to be adaptable and professional here, so I appreciate that. I'm imagining right now just waves of applause coming from Colorado. So
Standing ovations across the board.
yeah. After the first song, oh wow, you usually got to play full set for that, but indeed, and appreciated. It's a good crowd of Hollywood squares, names, you know, with the little mute icons. Anyway, that is very much a song about New York and about me and sort of my story and that idea of you know, making a promise and meaning it at the time that you make it, but being unable to keep it and being unable to honor your word and to show up and demonstrate some form of accountability or responsibility or anything like that. And I think that song really comes from the sense of like disappointment, you know, that you get from those you disappointed fairly, but also, hey, Rod, that's my guy, Rod. All right, there he is. I love that guy. What's up, Rod? Thanks again for having me. Rod, you're muted, unfortunately, but I can tell you're responding. But we're doing emojis, man.
He unmuted me. I'm out of the hen house.
Perfect.
Yeah, it's good to see you. You sound good.
Thank you. Doing my best.
You look
What?
pale. You've been in your house too much. You look pale. Get out and get some sun.
You're not the first person to have told me that, Rod. So perhaps I'll do that one of these days.
Thanks for doing this, Matt. I appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate the opportunity. So thank you very much. So when Rod actually, love that guy, really sweet guy. When Rod asked me to do this show, he had included a music video of mine on my app profile for the event, and it's a song that I wrote a long time ago. A lot of these that I'll play today I wrote a while ago because they pertain to a particular period of time in my life where these songs were sort of pouring out of me, as I think you could probably understand and relate to. But I don't play this song particularly often anymore, and it's still pretty emotional for me and sort of takes on meaning, you know, different meaning as I play it to different audiences throughout, you know, over the course of time. it's a song that has resonated a lot with people in jails and in prisons, which I perform at a lot, which was a big surprise to me, actually. I'm not sure why it was such a big surprise, but it was a song that the story of the song, it was very scary for me to perform this in public for the first time. But I guess the point I'm making is that the story turned out to be more common than I anticipated it would be, which was sort of equally as comforting and sort of upsetting, that it was you know, that it was a common tale, at least in the places that I found myself performing, like jails and prisons. So without further ado, this is a song I wrote a while ago about my mom and me called Good Friday. She said, "Oh, Mama died on the cross, wearing pearls and an albatross, with Jesus and a banjo in her brain. On Easter Sunday they laid her down, so when I'm broke, that's when I'll come around to avail myself of all my mother's pain. Mama let me in to take a shower. Mama let me in to clean my clothes. Mama let me in to wash away the sin. But like Good Friday, Mama, I'll come and I'll go. Under a scaffold far below, high as hell, nowhere to go. I watched her sitting with a book between her hands, and choking on some fresh regrets and electronic menthol cigarettes, praying that one day I'd understand. Mama let me in to take a shower. Mama let me in to clean my clothes. Mama let me in to wash away the sin. But like Good Friday, Mama, I'll come and I'll go. Well, then I guess that's why you always tell me no. 'Cause you can't help and I can't help myself at all. Your boy is just another junkie on the street. If this is hell and every angel has to fall, well, I'll be crawling home for one more score, with nails right through my feet. Mama let me in to take a shower. Mama let me in to clean my clothes. Mama let me in, now wash away the sin. But like Good Friday, Mama, I'll come and I'll go. Well, then I know that's why you had to tell me no. I'm getting the jazz hands from Allison over there, so appreciate that. I'm getting the fist bumps from, you don't have a name there. I can't see it. But I see that you're there doing it, so I appreciate it. Yeah, that song, oh, Jennifer, there it goes. Cool. Thank you, Jennifer. I appreciate that. Appreciate the support. That song is like it's weird to say that's like an old song, but I guess that song is from 2015, I think, which I suppose is like a little toddler of a song at this point, if it's like 5 years old and so forth. But still very resonant with me. Still brings out a lot of emotion and feelings and things like that. It's been my mom is one of my best friends. It's actually been hard having to sort of stay away from her. She lives in here in New York with me, but she's on this little spot called Roosevelt Island, and you know, she's been sick before, and it just was scary, the idea of like getting her sick, you know, would have been really tough. So I didn't see her for a while, and I've been hanging out with her recently over the weekends, which has been nice. It's actually her birthday this Friday. Happy birthday, Mom. Happy birthday. And yay for outdoor dining in New York. We were able to go out and have a little Italian dinner where I had linguine with clams. Not that that information is particularly pertinent to the event or the day or anything, but it's the little details that make a song good. So I figure sometimes those are the details that can make a story of any kind relatable, you know. And that's, I think, what we're all trying to do by telling our stories, is become, you know, relatable to people and become something that people can identify with. And you know, that story in itself and that song being something that I didn't think was common, or, you know, didn't know anybody else who'd had that experience. You know, performing it, it's put me in touch with a lot of people who could relate. And you know, and I think the good thing about a song, or a good song, is that even if you haven't had the experience yourself, you know, you can sort of identify with it, you know, and try to empathize with the sentiment of the character or the author, and you know, and that's important, because at the end of the day, I think we got to realize that you know, we're kind of all, you know, in this together, and empathy and kindness and humility, I think, you know, rule the day at the end of the day. That's my own personal philosophy as a human and as a writer. But I've found, you know, telling stories to be a calling for me. You know, and not all of the songs I've written are necessarily my personal story, you know, in their entirety, but I feel that anything that I've written that I've been able to, that's come out, that's been inspired or felt inspired, you know, even if it was written about something I didn't have a direct experience with, it was always about something that I had some ability to feel the, you know, the truth of the experience. You know, that I could relate to it. I could use some piece of my own personal experience to relate in some kind of capacity. And you know, and that's an important thing, I think, you know, to learn and to practice for all of us, to try to put oneself in the shoes of another. And this next song I'm going to play is about another place in New York. It's not New York City. It's upstate from New York, and I believe the last time I performed for you, my friends in Colorado, I didn't get a chance to play this, but I see Allison is here, and I know you had asked to hear this song before, so I'm sorry I didn't. Sometimes you can't take requests, man. Sometimes people ask me to play songs I don't know. You know, I don't remember them. I don't necessarily know how to play them at that time. This song is, I'll say, and you know, this song is actually, I think if I were to like say this, and I wouldn't want to say this like in front of my other songs, because like, you know, it's like talking about one of your kids in front of the other kids, and it's like, this is my favorite kid, and I like these other kids too, but this one is, you know, you don't want to do that, especially when you're trying to like play a set, you know, and there's a lot, you know, all these songs, but I've always been a big fan of this song, and actually I also think I used to play it too much. It was too much of a go-to, so I was trying to ease off of it in my deck, so to speak. But this song is about a place that has saved the lives of many of my friends that I didn't actually go to, you know, really until I decided I wanted to write a song about it. And so I actually visited because I was so intrigued by the place. But it's about a monastery and a shelter and a rehab in upstate New York. And now I've been there many times, and I've performed there. I've spoken there, and I've performed there many times. And it's a gorgeous place. I consider myself. They have a sort of a performance space that's an old airplane hangar on a mountain, if you can believe that. There's actually an airplane hangar, and they have this big shrine inside of it. So it sounds unbelievable, and it looks incredible. And I consider myself to be one of the luckier people ever who's played a guitar and sang a song to have been able to do both of those things in that particular space on that particular mountain, surrounded by those particular people. So I've led a very blessed life, to say the least, for having included experiences like that. And it is no less a blessing, or honor to be able to perform this for you all through Zoom today. It just probably won't sound as good as it does in the airplane hangar on a mountain. Not because of me. I'm going to do my best, to really give this one a college try. But I'm talking about the acoustics, the resonance, resonance factor here, and ambience. Airplane hangar, Catholic shrine on a mountaintop versus laptop screen and Zoom does not have the same ambience. This is a song called St. Christopher's Inn. There's ash in my mouth and dust on my skin, mud on my knees and blood on my shins. And another dead end means it's time to begin. The road back home to St. Christopher's Inn. Now folks look at me like I'm destined to lose, with my track marks and Jesus Christ tattoo. But I'm too tired to tell them to walk in my shoes. So I'm going where a man's never refused. Oh, but I fear I'll never feel free, and sick and tired is all I'll ever be. And it grips me so tightly I barely can breathe. Oh, merciful Lord, please take this from me. Now every time that I rise from the dead, St. Anthony's cross hangs over my bed, and the prayer of St. Francis is stuck in my head. I've been there before and I'm going again. Oh, but I fear I'll never feel free, and sick and tired is all I'll ever be. And it grips me so tightly I barely can breathe. Oh, merciful Lord, take this from me. But the hope that sustains me comes deep from within. God loves the sinners, 'cause God's in the sin. And I am who I am 'cause of where I have been. On the road back home home to St. Christopher's Inn. Yes, I'm going back home to St. Christopher's Inn. All right.
I think Allison's crying.
Yeah, me too. I don't know why. Sometimes it
Matt,
yeah.
your music touches me deeply. I have almost every song, and I'm a huge fan of your new one,
Which one is
Praying
that?
for Rain.
Oh, would you like to hear that?
What a passive aggressive request for a song, Allison.
Yeah. And it's bold because I said I don't take requests right before this. So I think I have to double down on that, but no, I think I'll you know what? I happen to know how to play it, so and this is one of those things where like anybody with like a like business sense would be like, dude, you're like not gonna play your new single. I'm like, well, that's so we'll make a compromise and say because it's the smart business move for me to at least perform the new song as well. Usually when you say that, when you're like, all right, I got some new songs, people are like, all right, play the old stuff. But I appreciate that. So there's a cool video of this song that's up playing this in the Chesterfield County Jail. I like playing in those places. I warn you, it's good that this event is all indoors and virtual because I do, when I play this song, it does tend to have sort of this shamanic ability to make rain clouds appear. So everyone who's outside, start moving. How long will this last? Oh Lord, how many times will I ask? My well is run dry, and there ain't a cloud in the sky, and my body's aching from all of the years I've carried this curse, and the weather ain't breaking. Oh Lord, I've just got to quench my thirst. I'm praying for rain. I'm praying for the purpose in all of this pain. I'm praying for rain, and that I'm not shedding these tears in vain. Yeah, I don't know what to say. Just name your price, I'll be happy to pay. I don't know what to do. Can you hear me, Lord? I'm talking to you. 'Cause nothing is changing, and I still feel like I'm alone, and the soil is baking, and there's no water for all of the seeds I've sown. I'm praying for rain. I'm praying for the purpose in all of this pain. I'm praying for rain, and that I'm not shedding these tears in vain. I'm praying for rain. I'm praying for the purpose in all of this pain. I'm praying for rain, and that I'm not shedding these tears in vain. 'Cause Lord, you know me. Know that I'm not a humble man, but you've shown me life can only come from your hands. Yeah, I understand. Well, I'm praying for rain. Praying for the purpose in all of this pain. I'm praying for rain, shedding these tears in vain. I'm praying for rain. I'm praying for the purpose in all of this pain. I'm praying for rain, and that I'm not shedding these tears in vain. I'm not shedding these tears in vain. I'm not shedding these tears. All right. Thank you very much. Is it raining yet? Did it start? Let's see.
The clouds will come in Denver.
Yeah, indeed.
We
Well,
like really need it though. Our state is still on fire, I think.
yeah, I think everybody needs it right now. Thank you so much, everybody. I think that is about my time. I can't tell. But it's been a real honor to perform for you guys. I'd like to end on a positive note, a little more of an upbeat song. Is there any time for one more song, or is that we running overboard?
So I messaged our tech people in Colorado Springs and I haven't heard back. So I'm going to say go ahead and go. And if I rudely have to shut you down, I won't, but I'll pretend.
It wouldn't be the first time that someone's yanked me from the stage. So yeah, don't worry about me and my feelings. I've dealt with it before. But I know that Rod had said that this was a favorite of his. And I just want to also say quickly, if she's out there, I want to say hi to my friend Lacey and my friend Phil from NAMI Denver and Donald from Dazzle. And thank you again, all of you, for tuning in and watching this. My name's Matt Butler. You can look me up on Spotify, or my website is mattbutlersongs.com, or Instagram, or whatever. If you like what you heard, there's some more songs out there for you. But this is one of Rod's favorites, and it's the reason why I came out and met you all in the first place. A song I wrote for the film Generation Found. Okay. I gotta calm myself down from that last one. I haven't played live in a long time, man. I got a lot of energy. I think I asked too many questions. I know I'll never understand how to help all those around me. I am just one man. There's so many who feel helpless, that there's just too much to be done. But I know it makes all the difference. That revolution has begun. If I can help just one, then he can help just one. And she can help just one. If we can help just one. I'll put my heart into my labor. I'll burn my back under the sun. I'll share the harvest with all my neighbors. I'll work until my hands are numb. If I can help just one, and he can help just one, and she can help just one. If we can help just one. reflection. Always hoping I'd get something back. So now I'll offer this reflection to all the mourners dressed in black. Lord knows it's so hard to pray, but mercy only comes to some. But we seek forgiveness when we rise each day, because our work is never done. If we can help just one, if we can help just one, yeah. If we can help just one, ooh, help just one. Just one. All right.
Thank you
very
so
much, everybody.
much.
All right, guys. Excuse me.
Are we there? Or are we still saying goodbye to Matt?
We're saying goodbye to Matt, Rod.
Okay. Hello,
All right.
Matt. Again, thank you so much.
My pleasure. See you all soon.
Thanks,
Be safe.
Matt.
I hope so. So back to End Overdose, hashtag End Overdose. Next, I just want to introduce a gentleman that I met a couple of years ago. He's got a program called SAFE, which is Sober AF, and I think the AF does stand for what you think it stands for, entertainment. And he got his start doing sober tailgates at big events, etc. But with COVID, like the rest of us, a lot of his work has had to shift because of how we do social now. So anyway, I'm just gonna let Duke talk a little bit about his work and what he's doing. And please welcome Duke Rumley.
Thank you. Stop. Too much. Hi, Duke Rumley, Executive Director of Sober AF Entertainment. SAFE, we make safe spaces and fun places. It's a real honor to be here on the International Overdose Awareness Day. I am missing my good buddy, Big Mitch, today. So it is an honor to be here to represent for Mitch. We're a nonprofit that believes that there is a connection that's very important in recovery, and we try to create safe spaces for that connection to happen. We've done 62 events. We partnered with the Nuggets, the Rockies, the Avalanche, New West Fest, Polo Fest. And because of COVID, we've gone virtual, where we've hosted 3 virtual music festivals, and we've had 40,000 people attend or view us on these virtual music festivals. So just really honored to be a part of this amazing day of really trying to honor people, help people get through this. Our nonprofit will be doing a drive-in sober tailgate for the Broncos. We're going to do sober camping in Grand Junction in September, and we're looking to do a virtual fun run in October. So fortunately, COVID can go, suck it, and we'll come up with some type of cure for this so we can get back in person, because we are all dying for this connection right now. And the recovery community is even more important that we don't feel isolated. So you don't have to feel isolated. There's peer coaching specialists that you can get through this website and other groups. So we love you. If you have lost a loved one to this disease, 72,000 people lost one last year. We're on pace for 90,000 this year. So talk to your kids, talk to your friends who know are in trouble. It's really important today to kind of get out of ourselves. My fear is it's going to get worse in the winter. So talk to your friends now. they don't have to feel isolated. So thank you, Rod.
Thank you, Duke Rumley. Next up, we have Art Turnbull, and he's going to share a personal story with us. So just come on up. And I don't have a whole lot of intro on it. He's a great guy, and he's got a compelling story. So anyway, and make sure you're close.
All right, thanks. So when Rod asked and Terry Smith asked me to speak today about overdose awareness and share my story, it was a little bit of a mixed emotion for me because it is an important story, but it's also a story that raises a lot of emotion of that day and things that have happened since then. So I spent the morning kind of thinking about overdose prevention and that number, that 72,000 number, although it's going to be up 30% is what people are talking about. But then which is a scary number and a sad number. But I also thought about 72,000 deaths. How many people actually overdosed and lived? How many families were still torn because of the one incident? And what about the person that overdosed 2 and 3 and 5 and 10 times? And families are dealing with that. So that's kind of where my head was this morning when I was before I came to speak to you guys and kind of share my story. So it is a positive story at the end. So I'm going to give the ending away. But so my story is one that's probably common. If I'm a father, obviously. My daughter is a recovering addict, in recovery, I should say. And I'm very, very glad about that. So kind of what happened to me or our family was I was actually here in Colorado Springs, involved in a sport that I love. And I was actually at an event watching some friends play tennis. My daughter moved to New York. We knew that she had an issue and we thought that she was taking care of it and we were in moving forward in life. And she was actually in New York working with a program called City Year. And it's kind of a volunteer work. You get paid very little and to give your time to a school and going to be a mentor, interestingly enough. But unbeknownst to us, she was in New York and had slipped back into addiction, heroin addiction. And being that far away was very hard for us to know that. She was staying with a friend of mine in Manhattan. While I was with friends watching tennis, I get a phone call. Mary's daughter is on the phone and she's very frantic. And the words were, "Art, this is Mary's daughter. Gabriella just came out of the bathroom and collapsed. She's not breathing. We don't know what's going on and she's convulsing." I was on my cell phone. Friends were around me. It was a surreal experience. I walked away where I could have privacy and I could still hear that frantic voice explaining to me what was going on to my daughter all the way across the country. I immediately said, please, Gabriella has had a problem with drug and addiction, and please go into the bathroom, get her purse, look inside her purse, see if you can find anything. And around that time, the phone went dead. And we were both trying to call one another back. Actually, I'm sorry, I messed up. Before that happened, I could hear Mary in the background Her daughter was saying that she's trying to give her CPR, she's not breathing, etc. The phone goes dead. So there was a little time there of being very afraid. Actually, by the time she called back in a few minutes, we were both trying to call one another, and fortunately, the next phone call was a little better. The paramedics had arrived, and they did find needles in my daughter's purse. They gave her Narcan, and she was conscious. She was alive. And very thankful for that product, for that medicine. And so we kind of had to regroup from that point. But she's alive. She had another chance. And that was probably 10 years ago that happened. She wasn't done with her path of addiction. She still battled it for many years. But today I can stand in front of you and say she's very close to a 2-year sobriety. I'm fortunate that she went through a program that's not a 30-day, 60-day, 90-day program, but more like a Marine Corps drop them off, see you in 2-year program, Stout Street. She was torn down and rebuilt, and now she's on her way in college, working full time, has her own apartment. So there's hope, and that's kind of the message that I wanted to bring to everybody today, is that while we mourn those who have passed, as we should, and those families that have had to deal with addiction, had to deal with overdose, and had to deal with the traumas that brings, there's still hope, and that's why we're all here, because we want to end this disease, this problem that society has. And so I'm thankful to be surrounded by the Duke Rumleys, the Rods, the Terry Smiths, and etc. in the world, and you folks out there that are aware, and I'm just glad that I'm able to stand in front of you and give that message of hope. And so, let's fight this. We need help. Narcan. If it wasn't for Narcan, I don't think I'd be standing in front of you today. So, anyways, that's my message, and that's about all I have. Thank you. Is Rod coming back up, or? I have a couple jokes. No, just kidding. I don't have any jokes. So.
I was super looking forward to the jokes, though. How unfortunate. All right, we have one more human we'll be hearing from today. Dr. Joshua Bloom is on with us. So Josh, I am gonna find you in my gallery of humans and give you the stage in 1 second. And if you could turn your camera on as well, I think it's not letting me highlight you for that reason.
Let me try to do that.
Wait for it. You're on our screen. You're just not on camera. It's up to you. If this is fine, it's cool.
Okay. Well, I'm trying to let hopefully let my. I think the security is not letting me right now opening up. Let me try for just a moment, and I need to change my settings, I guess. But maybe I can just also share my screen if that's possible.
You should be able to. It might send a notification to me, but you should be good.
Okay, let me.
Hi, Irina. Sorry to interrupt. This is PJ Higgins. We have Councilman Strand on the Zoom as well to read a proclamation briefly, if we could allow him to jump in very quickly first.
Is that fine with you, Dr. Josh Bloom?
Yeah, maybe I can sign out and sign back in again and then get my screen to.
Okay, perfect. We saved you.
Thanks.
Yep.
Great. And just a brief introduction here. So Councilman Strand is a council member here in Colorado Springs. He's a retired military officer, and he was a senior lawyer and commandant for JAG, and has been living and working here in Colorado Springs for a very, very long time, and has generously agreed to join us today to read a recognition from the city about International Overdose Awareness Day. So I will let you take it away, Councilman Strand. Thank you so much.
Thanks very much. Can you hear me?
Yes,
yep,
we
we're
can.
good.
Thank you.
All right, good. You never know on the different platforms. I'm Tom Strand, and have been back. I got here in 1975 at Peak Field from my first Air Force assignment. And then after a 30-year career, retired here about 15 years ago. So you can figure out how old I am. And it's my pleasure. And when Michael Montgomery, who's our deputy administrator for city council, talked about this opportunity, I jumped at it. Before we read the proclamation, I just want to share just a little bit. I've been elected to my first term on city council in 2015, and in 2017 I was coming out of a meeting, and my brother called me from Cleveland, Ohio, and in tears told me that his son, my nephew Andy, had passed away from overdose and from opioid overdose. He'd been addicted to opioids for some time. About 10 days before he passed away, he was staying with my brother in a suburb of Cleveland, Ohio, and he passed out in the bathroom, and they were able to call the emergency people. I don't know if it was firefighters or EMTs, and they came, and as Art said, they gave him Narcan and brought him back from that experience. But within 10 days, it happened again. And at age 35, with 2 children under 5 years of age, Andy passed away. Now I flew out to Cleveland to his funeral, and so I have had a personal and deep-rooted interest in what I can do as one of your elected officials to work in this area and to work with our hospitals and our EMTs to do the best we can and save as many people as possible. So this is very personal for me, and I would, on behalf of all City Council, like to read the City of Colorado Springs proclamation on International Overdose Awareness Day, which is today, August 31st. Whereas the City of Colorado Springs is committed to protecting and improving the health and well-being of all of its citizens, and whereas substance use disorder, opioid use disorder, and overdose death represent a threat to the health, safety, and the lives of all the residents of Colorado Springs. And whereas the City of Colorado Springs recognizes that raising awareness about overdose death and substance use disorder, promoting access to recovery resources, and educating the general public about opioid antagonists is critical to reducing overdose death. And last, whereas, remembering and honoring those who have been lost to overdose death offers support to family and friends that are left behind, and helps to heal the community and strengthens our resolve to eliminate overdose death. And therefore, now I, Richard Storman, and all City Council of the Colorado Springs City Council do hereby proclaim today, August 31st, 2020, as International Overdose Awareness Day, Colorado Springs. And we offer this very passionately and sincerely to all the community that are so interested in this area. Thanks for giving me a chance to read this proclamation.
Thank you so much, Councilman. Now we're going to move through to Dr. Joshua Bloom. So let's see, Joshua, I know you wanted to share your screen. We'll just play it by ear and see what happens when you try. But until then, we can just have you on video and you can do your thing.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me, Irina. Thank you, Councilman. Thank you, Art, also for sharing your story. Irina, it's saying that the host has disabled attendee screen sharing. I'm not sure if there's anything you can do on your end. If not, that's okay too. I'd just like to introduce myself. My name is Josh Bloom. I'm a primary care internal medicine doctor in Denver, Colorado. I'm also an addiction medicine specialist, and I play a few different roles at Denver Health and Hospital Authority. I provide primary care mostly to individuals living with HIV, and previously provided HIV care to those in the Denver City and County jails, and provide addiction treatment in our outpatient behavioral health services department at Denver Health. I'm also the current president of the Colorado Society of Addiction Medicine and work at Denver Health on initiatives around opioids and pain management and addiction, as well as at the Colorado Consortium for Prescription Drug Abuse Prevention. Rod and I used to work together at Denver Health. I actually hired him to work in my clinic, and Rod has, I'm certain, taught me a lot more over the years than I have taught him, and feel like I'm an acolyte now. I have drank the Rod Kool-Aid and have bought into the power of peer recovery coaches and the importance of community in addiction treatment. And I'd like to take a few minutes really to talk a little bit more, just tell a little bit more of a personal story. This is, I think, more of personal things that I've learned about addiction through starting to do this as a provider, as an internal medicine provider, but how continuously humbled I am by this disease and by being privileged enough to be welcomed into people's lives and to be given the opportunity to try to help them. I think we take it for granted sometimes in medicine that we have this incredible privilege of bearing witness to people who are trying to pick up the broken pieces of a life that maybe has been shattered, maybe into many little bits, maybe only partially, but to put those shards back together and make what is often a new picture. Sometimes it's a diminished picture. Sometimes it's a more beautiful picture, and certainly more appreciated picture than it was before it was broken, before it was damaged. And I think about how often in medicine I have nonchalantly asked others to change their behaviors. Changing behavior is so hard in life, and yet we ask our clients with addiction to actually make massive changes to their lives and to their behaviors. And that just requires a Herculean effort. And then here I am being asked for my opinion, and I get to offer from on high my opinion, recommending that someone do something that is just incredibly challenging. I realize how often I have been unable to do those same things myself. So I want to talk about just as I've learned and tried to self-educate around things like dialectical behavioral therapy, some of the lessons that I've learned. And this is a bit of a mea culpa. I want to talk about a few cases, maybe people I haven't helped as much as I wish I had, and maybe even if there's an opportunity for people to even have a discussion around this or ask questions about this. So a few different cases. The first, a 33-year-old female with kidney stones. She uses opioids. She also uses the drug benzodiazepines. She uses Valium and has borderline personality disorder. Another is a younger Black male who uses a drug called oxymorphone and cocaine, who has just a boatload of legal problems, works full-time, has a new daughter, has as he refers to, a baby mama and a new girlfriend who he's trying to juggle. And the last patient is a 44-year-old Native American female patient of mine with severe alcohol use disorder and multiple chronic pain syndromes, who also has chronic liver disease and is homeless. So all three of these cases have illustrated to me just how important it is that we as providers and in medicine, do everything we can to reduce barriers to care. There was an interesting article that came out a couple years ago that really talked about reducing some of the systemic barriers we put up in our patients' way. Some of these this was a pretty challenging article too, because it mentioned things like, do you really need to do a lengthy intake on people to get them help? Is counseling really a necessary part of using a medication like buprenorphine for medication-assisted treatment? Is it fair to require people who use multiple drugs to be abstinent from everything when you're only treating one substance with a medicine? And COVID has really been a game changer here, because it's taken places that have just what some people might think of are excessive amounts of structure, like methadone clinics, and required them to retool and reconfigure, often in favor of more patient flexibility. So in-person visits, less frequent, urine toxicology testing, less frequent. And that's been, there have been a lot of healthy changes that have occurred from that have made things better, that hopefully will not go away as the pandemic resolves. One question I'm constantly asking is, who's setting the goals of treatment when I'm in with patients, when I'm in with clients? Are they my goals? Are they the patient goals? Of course, we know the reality is that both have a say, that any goal must be mutually agreed upon. But one thing I want to point out to you all is just how different care settings can be. In my addiction treatment setting, often patients are coming to me recognizing they have a problem, and their goals may be more comprehensive. They may be more aligned with what I want for them. Whereas in my primary care setting, we see patients who are much earlier in their recognition of a problem. They may be very pre-contemplative about wanting to stop using drugs. They may be far less motivated. They may be far more ambivalent about the goals they set, or even setting goals in the first place. And so this is always a challenge. How do we come to mutually agreed upon goals that we think are reasonable? And one healthy change that's happened in addiction treatment is we've really moved from an abstinence-based model to more of a harm reduction model. When I started at Denver Health, we literally counseled patients that they had to be abstinent from all drugs in order to continue to receive MAT from us, for buprenorphine for opioid use disorder. And if they continued to use any drugs, they would be discharged from care. And now we know really that there may be far more reasonable goals that are absolutely legitimate. I mean, first, going back to what Art was talking about, we just don't want our patients to die. We don't want them to die of overdose. We don't want them to die of despair. We don't want them to die of medical complications. That's first and foremost. Can we keep them alive? At just a core, can we do that for them? We also don't want them to get medical and psychiatric diseases, right? We don't want them to have, we don't want them to contract HIV or endocarditis or other STIs or liver disease or irreversible kidney disease, or we don't want them to ruin their brains from drug use. Psychiatrically, we don't want them to worsen their depression or anxiety or insomnia. We don't want them to have a risk of self-harm. And going up the pyramid, it may simply be that they want to address or steer clear of further legal problems, or they want to address their homelessness or get a job. And at the very top of the pyramid is that elusive thing we call recovery, and those healthy, supportive relationships that I think we all hope for our clients to have, but maybe not all of them are capable of reaching a goal that is that lofty. Maybe we have to settle for them simply not dying and taking better care of themselves. And this moving from abstinence and trying to be a little more attentive to where the patient is and what the patient's personal goals are is a healthy change in medicine and in addiction treatment. So that first case, that 33-year-old female who's using opioids and benzodiazepines and has borderline personality disorder, she's buying stimulants. She mentioned she has attention deficit disorder and is buying stimulants off the street. And her goal is she wants to have buprenorphine to treat her opioid withdrawal symptoms, but still wants additional opioids for kidney stone pain. She doesn't want to come for in-person visits. She is only wanting to do remote and telehealth visits. This is a recent case, and she doesn't want to do any counseling. Are these reasonable goals? I think as much as we want to meet patients where they are, sometimes we also have to recognize when patient goals aren't necessarily reasonable or appropriate. Their goal setting may be complicated by the cognitive distortions they're experiencing from the substance they're using, or their depression or anxiety, which may be separate or connected. In another case, in case two, in this case, the patient wanted me to prescribe a benzodiazepine to treat her anxiety, which was actually being caused by alcohol use. Sometimes the goals also just aren't big enough, right? So I've had patients tell me that they just want to limit their methamphetamine use to the weekends, even though whenever they use, it causes a severe disruption. They're not sleeping. Their cognition is terribly affected. They get more depressed. They don't function. They lose their job. So maybe simply limiting their use to a couple times a week isn't a reasonable goal. They're not thinking big enough, and they're so impaired that they can't even recognize what would be an appropriate goal for them. So sometimes we ask the patients to do a lot more. We just expect more from the client. We provide structure, and particularly in the first case, the patient with borderline personality disorder, I expected her to keep her appointments. I expected her to come in person and on time. I expected her to get urine toxicology testing and to engage in counseling. And sometimes when patients engage, we really need them to do more than they're doing. Just showing up alone is not enough. We want them to complete homework. We want them really to make progress towards their goals, and we want them to connect to community supports. That simply showing up for an appointment, picking up a prescription, doesn't always feel good if it doesn't come with some demonstrable benefit and some attainment of some of these goals. So case one, she no-showed to her first counseling intake, and then I called her up. She was really angry at me during the phone call, was very angry that I was forcing her to buy medications from illicit sources because I would not let her only participate by phone, that I was asking her to come in person for an intake. But I stuck to my guns in this case, and she called back the next day and scheduled a new intake, and she did complete that. She completed a counseling intake, and she's actually following up with a new provider. We had such a blow up that she really felt like she needed to see someone else, and that was fine. So healthy questions, I'm always asking myself, by this humbling disease, humbling not only to the patients, but humbling me as a provider. The more patients I see, I feel like the less I know about this disease, the more I feel like I have to learn. Is when is the structure that I'm proposing really not structure? It's just an unnecessary barrier I'm putting up in the face of a patient who's needing help. On the other hand, when is something that maybe I'm identifying or they're identifying as a barrier actually helpful structure to the client? Like in this case, the structure, that barrier of requiring her to come in for an in-person visit, really was the necessary structure that her borderline personality disorder really needed. She needed to come up against that limit, find out where the limit was, and then ask herself if she wanted to engage. And thankfully she did. Of course, the answers to these questions really depend on the individual. They're totally individualized, right? So sometimes in that harm reduction model, we no longer have a goal of sobriety. It may simply be using less of their drug of choice. It may be that, hey, we hope that their opioid use is going to go away if they're on MAT that's effective, but we anticipate they're going to continue to use methamphetamine because we know that's not a realistic goal. Or that they're not going to make it in for all the urine toxicology testing. And of course, urine toxicology testing is a whole other issue. That is an $8.5 billion industry with lots of markups and lots of people getting wealthy on unnecessary urine toxicology testing. And the best case scenarios, we are using urine toxicology testing, hopefully, as a tool to help give patient structure, to help them stay in sobriety, not because we hear a cash register ring or because we are, from a punitive aspect, hoping we get to punish somebody for less than perfect behaviors. So that second case, the 24-year-old Black male with opioid use disorder and the multiple legal issues. He's had no opioid use since starting buprenorphine-based MAT by report, but his urine toxicology tests are consistently positive for opioids and only sometimes having the drug that we're prescribing in it. He's also missing a lot of appointments, and he's really not telling me what's going on. He's dropping out of care, and then he's starting back up again, and then dropping out again. And he's been inducted onto buprenorphine 3 different times and had variable follow-up, but eventually just drops entirely out of care despite my best efforts at outreach. I think other healthy questions I'm asking myself as a provider is, why am I enforcing a rule? And why am I holding this person up to the rule versus sometimes, as we inevitably do, why am I sometimes bending the rules? Sometimes we set a rule in the clinic saying we will not provide bridge scripts for patients on buprenorphine, but sometimes we bend the rule. So we have to explore our own personal reactions to patients. Why is this person pushing my buttons? Why am I making an exception for this person, but not for the person who came before? And then finally, the third case, the Native American female with severe alcohol use disorder and a lot of other problems. She was really poorly engaged in clinic. We made every effort to connect her to other providers and to clinic sites. And she really never could engage. Lots and lots of appointments made, lots and lots of appointments missed, lots of hand-wringing and outreach. And eventually we placed her on an involuntary commitment, which is, some of you may know, it takes a lot of effort and is something we use as a last resort. And she was forced to go into treatment. And during that time, she attained sobriety and was discharged to living with her daughter from homelessness and was able to maintain the sobriety for about 3 months before recently relapsing. This just happened about 2 weeks ago. She's had 2 or 3 recent emergency department visits and was just arrested again and then released yesterday, actually. And so again, goals of care, was all that worth the 3 months of sobriety? Well, it probably was for the patient, and it probably was as a provider to feel like we were hopefully doing something that perhaps was effective. But I think, again, I'm constantly humbled by this disease because unlike the 1% of time when my patients are actually in front of me, I know that 99% of their life occurs outside of the clinic. And I have some influence over the actions of my patients, but I have no control. And I have to recognize the limitations of my own ability to influence patient behaviors. And I have professional knowledge. Sure, I have knowledge about medications. I have knowledge about a roadmap that may work for some people, but I don't have personal knowledge of everything that person's experienced. I've never had to walk a mile in that person's shoes. I don't know what happened to them or where they came from to make them the person they are today. I can't fully appreciate, as much as I'm able to empathize, I can't fully appreciate everything they're going through. And I have to, at some point, recognize that others may be of more help than I am, that it may be the peer recovery coach who gets through to the person. It may be the daughter or the granddaughter or just the impassioned plea from the friend or even the coworker or boss who has the aha moment with the patient that finally results in changing behaviors. So I think treatment really is not just a dialectic for patients or clients, but also for us providers. How do I reduce barriers to care versus maintaining structure and accountability, that barrier versus accountability? Or how do I accept clients where they are versus expecting more from them? How do I also understand that I have some expertise, but it's incomplete, and ultimately I may not be very powerful. I may not have a lot of power to change things. But as those of you who have some familiarity with DBT probably know, it's not about an either or situation. It really is an and. It's a yes and situation, that we need to reduce barriers when they're inappropriate, and we need to maintain structure and accountability. We need to accept clients where they are, and at the same time, of course, we need to expect more. And more could be more behavior change, but it simply may be more effort and engagement. We also need to have recognize that we have expertise that we can offer to clients, and we have limited power and limited knowledge. And perhaps another dialectic is that we need to understand where our clients are coming from and their motivation, and understand our own motivations and that go into our own behaviors, why we sometimes enforce the rules and why we sometimes bend the rules. So I guess just to summarize this brief discussion is we need to do everything we can in the medical community to adopt that harm reduction approach. We need to move away from an absence-based approach. We need to reduce barriers to care, and we need to take that tact of radical acceptance, which of course, as we know, can't occur without maintaining that universal positive regard for our clients, just unequivocally positive and accepting. At the same time that we maintain structure, set high expectations, hope for the best, expect the worst and hope for the best, and ask our patients to constantly work harder on their own behalf to make their lives better. And then we need to look beyond the walls of the medical clinic. For too long, we've been separated and isolated in addiction treatment. We think we have the answers when we don't. We think we have all the options for treatment, and we don't. The correct options for treatment are us and all the help from beyond the clinic, the community supports, the peer recovery coaches, the family and friends, the spiritual groups. It's everything. We need to enlist all the services in the support of that client. And so I'm actually going to stop there. I could talk a lot longer, but I really just want to again say how honored I am to be asked to speak by Rod, how honored I am to be a colleague of all of you, how I think the barriers of addiction treatment versus recovery, the hierarchy of physician or provider versus counselor or anyone else, those are all melting away as we all grasp for everything we have in our power to help the client who is in front of us. And again, I'm humbled and honored most of all by the access to my patients, the fact that I am given the privilege of listening and bearing witness to the personal stories that I hear every day, the struggles and the attempts to make incredibly difficult behavior changes in support of a new life. So thank you very, very much for having me. And I'm happy to answer any questions or just hear from others if people have any questions or comments. And I can see there's some chat questions. I will actually answer those very quickly. Jen Place asks, in the third case, was Vivitrol considered or used post-discharge from treatment? This patient was started on Vivitrol. She actually did get a Vivitrol injection and did pretty well for a while before dropping out of care. And again, I always wonder, if you give someone sobriety for 3 months and then they relapse, did you fail or was that success, right? If someone goes on their diabetes medicine for 3 months and their hemoglobin A1C is lowered to goal, and then they go off of their diabetes medicine and their A1C goes back up, is that diabetes failure? I think most of us would say it's not. It's just a sign that the medication and the treatment worked and that we would want the patient to resume the treatment. I think that's the approach we've taken with her. I think we also feel like we had to do everything we could to help the patient, to leave us feeling like we had exhausted every resource. Thanks.
Thank you so much. And that's all. That's the only question that I'm seeing in the chat box. So if you guys have any more, just throw them in there. I threw up the whole ask questions while you were presenting, so I don't know how many people saw that go up in the chat. But I'll ask a question just from my end when it comes to the harm reduction model, which what I do is I promote the many pathways to recovery, which includes harm reduction. It includes medicated assisted treatment, things like that, moderation management. And so I'll have conversations with people that will really voice the frustration of the treatment world, where they're like, okay, well, I have a client that medication would be super useful, or that wants to go into a treatment facility for alcohol use, but marijuana is super useful for their mental health. So how, like, do we see that change ever occurring, that there would be, and I would see that, I guess, as bend the rule. You have a client that's coming in that needs alcohol treatment, but are they not allowed to bring marijuana, right? Like, is there ever a conversation around that, around the, and I think you said it in the beginning of your presentation, you have a client that uses multiple substances, but only one is presenting issues.
Yeah, that's a great question. I think it would be difficult to maybe make the case of bringing in marijuana into a treatment facility, let's say, but I can tell you we no longer consider marijuana is an individualized discussion with a patient, with a client in our institution. That is absolutely not any kind of a grounds for dismissal. Certainly, we know people feel like they get clinical benefit from it, but even if they're using it recreationally, that may not be the drug that is causing all the destruction in their life. It may not be the drug that's causing them to lose their relationships and lose their job and lose their mental health. And so really, we just sound like scolds, and I think we lose credibility as treatment providers when we expect perfection and don't focus on the major issues at hand. And this concept that people have to be perfect or they're not in recovery, I think increasingly treatment providers are putting that aside and not buying into that. I am thrilled if a patient can get on medication-assisted treatment and improve their life by no longer using heroin or chasing the prescription opioids, even if they're continuing to use other substances. You know, I think the goal has to be helping them achieve a better life. And if they can function, even if it means they're continuing to use other drugs, it's again, I'm humbled. Far be it from me to sit on high in judgment of that individual. And if they're meeting treatment goals and I can legitimately say they're improving on treatment, I would never stop someone from continuing therapy.
And then with, speaking of medication-assisted treatment specifically, when it comes, and this is something that it's a conversation I've had a lot with working with medication-assisted treatment representatives, and just the conversation of the goal, right, of medication-assisted treatment. When you're putting a client on a medication, is there a discussion of that client coming off of that medication? Or when you just say, like, is it, you know, is the client coming up with their goals, or is it the provider, or is it a mutual goal? What is that conversation like when it comes to a client being put on medication? Is this something that you eventually want a client to come off of, or is this up to the client and what they want?
In terms of coming off of a medicine like buprenorphine or methadone, that's entirely up to the client. We know we have, I think our longest standing patient in the methadone clinic at Denver Health has been on it for over 40 years. And we have people who go on it for a lot less, obviously. The majority of people do go off it eventually. What we know from evidence is that even when you've been in sobriety for a long time, a lot of people will relapse, and certainly their risk of relapse goes up. And there's not great evidence in that, but there's at least some evidence to suggest that you really need to be on treatment for at least a year, and preferably about 3 years or longer, before your likelihood of remaining abstinent is as good as if you've been on the medication for 5 years or longer. So I really try to coax my patients into agreeing to at least a year. This is one of those cases where I think if they say I want to be on the medicine for a month and then come off of it, I'm going to try really, if they want to do that, absolutely, I'll still engage with them and treat them, but I'm going to really try hard to, ask permission from them to wear my expert hat and to give them my opinion, which is that they're going to be better off if they stay on the medicines. But I absolutely let them direct their own wean if they're going to wean off of it and discontinuation. And I've had several patients, at least to my knowledge, successfully wean off of treatment after usually kind of a few years on it and do extremely well. So people do come off of it, people do well, as you know, and I think everybody who's participating, if you work in recovery, when people no longer have the phone number of their dealer in their phone, when they no longer have relationships with any of the people they used with before, any of the triggers, they have a happy, they have supportive relationships and a productive life and feel actively engaged in something. That's the time to really consider coming off the medicine, because perhaps they don't need it at that point. But that physiologic connection to the drug will always be there. And we know from really good imaging studies of brains that limbic system, that reward system of the brain, never, ever returns to that of a non-user in someone who's used before. So there's always that risk.
Thank you. And then we have another question in the chat box from Kingley, and I'm sorry if I pronounced that wrong, but it says, thanks for Dr. Boom for a great talk. You mentioned the healthy relationship. How do you assess the relational health in patients? How do you help patients receive good relationship education in order to be connected and deal with SUDs in the long process collectively? For example, the University of Denver has an evidence-based preventative intervention program called Prevention and Relationship Enhanced Program PrEP with NIH and ACF funding for the evaluation since 1989. That was a lot of stuff. I hope you grasped what I was asking.
Wow. We don't do, I will say, that's far beyond my expertise. I don't do a systematic assessment of people's relational health. I use a very non-scientific interview to determine if they've had impacts in the relationship, if they're in a current relationship, and if they and what the nature of their the recovery capital is. Like I think a lot of us do. We certainly, I think those of us who've scrambled to gain more knowledge about therapy, and counselors who do therapy for a living know a lot more about relationship assessments than I do, I'm sure. And if there are any counselors on the line who want to address that question, because I work hand in hand with addiction counselors and LCSW family counselors as well, who provide the bulk of the heavy lifting for my clients. I just want to also say personally that I think it's kind of criminal that as an internal medicine physician, which is how I was trained, I received exactly 0 months of psychology and 0 months of psychiatric training in my residency. And that we get some training in medical school, but if you think about how primary care is also related to behavior change, whether it's diabetes management or weight loss or anything else, to set clinicians, to set physicians out in the world and ask them to care for people with no understanding, with no training in cognitive behavioral therapy or any other form of therapy or assessment is really just something that needs to be corrected at this point. But I welcome comments from others about assessing relationship health.
And if anybody else on the line does want to address that, you can unmute yourself. I'm looking through to see who has cameras on.
I see Jen Place is on. She probably knows something about
Jennifer, we're all looking at you. If you want to add anything, this is your time. Nope. We tried.
I just want to say one other thing about, just very quickly, is I had I could talk for 40 minutes longer about pushing harm reduction out beyond addiction and treatment settings and primary care settings. And I just want to let you all know, I think the harm reduction approach has to be something that is adopted throughout all of medicine, whether it's someone hospitalized for a complication related to addiction, like a cellulitis, or in the emergency department, or really places we don't normally think of harm reduction being practiced, and that institutions need to train everyone, not just providers, but also clerks and nurses. People need that instruction in empathy and understanding what it means to be a substance user, to someone who uses substances, and that person may care about their health, and that because you're only as good as your worst employee, and if someone throws up a lot of stigma and shame at someone trying to access care right at the front desk, they're never going to get back to you. So I think we're seeing a lot of positive movement towards more of a harm reduction approach, not just among providers and not just among primary care and addiction, but also in my institution, for example, you can come in and you can get buprenorphine from the inpatient service, you can get prescribed Narcan from the inpatient service and from the ED, and that just has to be something that is absolutely universal at this point. And thanks, Jen, for your comment about harm reduction also needing to be adopted and accepted in the behavioral health treatment field, not just medicine. The days of expecting perfection, or at least maybe, I shouldn't say expect, we should expect perfection, but we shouldn't discharge patients when they don't meet our perfect ideal. And I think the days of discharging clients who are legitimately benefiting because they're not perfect have got to end.
Totally. That's the barrier conversation for sure that you were having. That's a conversation I just had recently with a colleague, just around the barrier of entering any type of treatment, because there is something that client does that doesn't fit with that provider, yet that provider services could greatly benefit that client. So thank you again for that. And then I don't think we have any more questions coming on. So if you just want to give us kind of a finale, whatever you have to kind of end your time with us, that would be greatly appreciated.
I would like to thank you all for having me. I would like to thank Rod for organizing this. Rod's capacity for organizing and bringing people together is unmatched. And I am so happy that I feel like Rod, in his current role as the czar of recovery in Colorado Springs and perhaps statewide, he's finally realizing his truest purpose in this world. And I am just happy to be a part of it. So thank you very much for having me.
Thank you. I'm actually hi everyone. I've been behind my face the whole time. I had to do so many things at the same time that I couldn't bring myself to come onto camera. But I want to thank you as well. Again, thank you so much for being here. And then for all the participants that we have on. This obviously doesn't exist without people attending. So I appreciate everyone that showed up, everyone that asked questions, participated in any type of the discussion. This kind of ends it for this current stream. If you look at the Huba app, there are other things listed within the agenda. There's just some things that Rod uploaded that are already recorded videos. And then if you are in Colorado, there's some in-person events like a drive-in movie theater in like Estes Park, I think. And so there's more stuff on the agenda. We won't be hopping back on into this link though. So I hope that provides clarity that there's just other links and live streams and recorded streams and all the other things. But yeah, that is it for us. Thank you all so much. I think you could just use like the Huba app for any questions that you might have post-event, or contact Rod directly. If you have my contact info, you can do that as well. But yeah, thank you all. And I'm going to shut her down. So everybody's going to disappear and we're all going to not know what to do with ourselves for the rest of the day. Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.